us in the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand bras c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you about a dear friend of mine and a leader in my community, Kari Coco. Kari was deeply caring, brilliant, invested her whole self in the betterment of our community, from social work to community theatre. Sadly, we recently lost Kari to depression and an anxiety disorder that made the future so bleak for her that she saw no point in going on living. On behalf of our entire community, we extend our condolences to Maggie, John, and the extended Coco family. Just weeks prior, I learned of another young friend, David, who took his own life as well. Organizations like the Waterloo Region Suicide Prevention Council are more critical today than ever, so they can support those thinking about suicide, provide resources for those supporting others, and for those coping with grief from suicide loss. Suicide can be prevented, and help is available. We all have a role to play. Let's also keep Kari and David's families in our hearts as we push for increased mental health resources so they might be accessible to anyone who needs them, without wait times, early discharge, discrimination, or cost. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Cynthia Lai, the City Councillor for Scarborough, who tragically passed away last Friday afternoon. Councillor Lai emigrated from Hong Kong in 1972 and built a successful career in real estate sales and management here in Canada. She became the first Chinese-Canadian woman to serve as president of the Toronto Real Estate Board. Elected to Toronto City Council in 2018, Councillor Lai was a voice for the unheard and underrepresented. A relentless advocate for the Scarborough subway, she filled every room with energy, positivity, and big ideas. Last Friday, Councillor Lai was on a clear path to re-election in Monday's municipal election when she lost her battle with cancer. On behalf of the people of Scarborough North, I extend my deepest condolences to her family, her husband, C.K. Fung, and their two sons, Derek and Darren. Councillor Lai is dearly missed. May she rest in peace.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's incompetent, insensitive, voodoo economic management is crushing everyday Canadians. More debt has been added by this Prime Minister than all Prime Ministers before him combined. The Liberals said that because interest rates were rock bottom, no big deal to print billions.
I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Okay, we're having a translation problem. Are we hearing the translation in French? Est-ce que la traduction est...
Is interpreting working into English?
Oui, c'est beau. The honourable member from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's incompetent, insensitive, voodoo economic management is crushing everyday Canadians. More debt has been added.
We seem to be having a problem with... Okay, est-ce que... Vous avez parlé
I'm going to speak in English.
in French. Is it working? No. Is everyone not hearing me, or is it just the one member? Tout le monde n'entend pas. Okay, on a un problème technique.
We are having a technical problem. We'll have to take a couple of seconds to figure out what is going on.
King and one moment. Just to clarify, juste pour clarifier, I don't know if you can hear me yet. OK. Alors, ce qu'on a fait.
What we have done is we have discovered that there are 2 rows at the front who have interpretation, but there is an issue with the back rows. The pages are coming with new portable devices, with new earpieces, so we will try and make the system work. We will suspend just a couple of seconds, just a couple of minutes perhaps, until the technical issue is resolved.
Thank you for your patience. À l'ordre. À l'ordre.
Order. Everything is working. We will continue with the SO31s.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's incompetent, insensitive, voodoo economic management is crushing everyday Canadians. More debt has been added by this Prime Minister than...
I'm sorry, it's... Est-ce que ça fonctionne? Is it working?
No, it's going to work.
There's no English either. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I feel like I'm doing a commercial for a cell phone. What's that? Oh, can you hear what I'm saying through your earpiece? Oh, okay, je vais parler en français.
So I'm now going to speak French. So everyone, can you hear interpretation into English? But you can't hear interpretation into French.
There's no translation in the back benches by the looks of it. You put the...
English, checking English, English. Checking English, 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 English.
Okay, ça fonctionne en arrière. You're hearing me okay? How about over here? Nothing back here. We...
Checking English, English, English.
How about this side? You can hear me? Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Est-ce que...
Can you hear interpretation into English?
Okay.
English, 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 English,
We have some portable
English, English.
units that you'll be using. OK, je vais l'essayer tout de suite.
I will try straight away. Can you hear me into English? Can you hear the interpretation into English? Can you hear the interpretation into English? Please confirm. Interpretation, does it work into English? Yes, it is working into English.
On va l'essayer encore.
So let's try this once again.
Has this ever happened to other speakers, or am I the only one who's the target for technology? The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government, incompetent, insensitive, voodoo economic management is crushing everyday Canadians. More debt has been added by this Prime Minister than all Prime Ministers before him combined. The Liberals said that just because interest rates were rock bottom, no big deal to print billions, which shot up the price of homes, gas, groceries, and goods. Inflation is at 40-year highs. Now they're saying, whoopsie, just time to jack up interest rates, financially stressing out new home buyers who purchase at inflated prices. Nancy at our local food bank tells me that thousands of people are coming there struggling, and she hasn't seen this sort of thing happen before. So what will the Liberals do? They're going to triple the carbon tax on home heating and fuel, and for good measure increase home EI premiums by 10%. Has Canada ever seen a more out-of-touch government? Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. I'm delighted, Mr. Speaker, to rise this afternoon to highlight the work of community land trusts. Over the past few days, the Alliance of Canadian Land Trusts, a newly formed umbrella network that advocates for local land trusts at the national level, has been holding a summit here in Ottawa. These community-based organizations are at the forefront of local action on conservation and climate change. With programs like the Land Trust Conservation Fund, part of the much larger Natural Heritage Conservation Program, our government has invested $20 million through these local land trusts. This government investment has been more than doubled, tripled. It was actually quadrupled by the money these have raised from private funds. These monies supported over 40 organizations, 116 projects, and protected over 13,000 hectares of nature reserves since 2019. The return on the $20 million invested by our government has been phenomenal due to the work these land trusts have done. The success of our government and country in meeting our environmental goals, both emissions reduction and biodiversity protection, depends on all these local land trusts, boards, volunteers, and donors. For that, Mr. Speaker, our government joins with me in thanking the new Alliance of Canadian Land Trusts and their member organizations greatly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Once again, is interpretation coming through?
Into French again, so we've got portable units being passed around. Is there anybody else who who can't hear me in French right now? You're not hearing? Okay, the page, if we can go over there. Alors, est-ce que tout le monde peut
So can everyone hear me into English when I speak French? Can everyone hear me into English?
hear me in French? Oui. Tout va bien?
Everything is good. I see thumbs up. Perfect. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the story of the miners of Saint-Rémy-d'Amherst and their families. The release of the documentary The Silicosis Affair, directed by Bruno Carrière, sheds light on the tragedy of this first industrial disease in Quebec in the 30s and 40s. It is thanks to the Franco-American journalist Bertrand Ledoux that we know the scope of the ravages caused by silicosis. This caused the death of dozens of miners. My apologies. You don't have interpretation at the back? So can I have some portable interpretation receivers?
We'll be bringing them to you in a few seconds. It's going to be the longest period I think we've had in a long time for questions. Okay, there we go. So no, it is.
No, we can hear it. We talk about maybe.
Okay, if anyone cannot hear me in one of the official languages, si vous pouvez pas.
If you can't hear me in one of the two official languages, please raise your hands.
And we'll have someone come to you with a unit. It seems to be it's the back four. C'est les derniers.
It seems to be the back four rows that are having technical issues on my left. But I think that everyone can hear me now.
Okay, on va laisser.
All right. Well, let's try again. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to highlight the history of the Saint-Rémy-d'Amherst miners and their families. The documentary The Silicosis Affair, directed by Bruno Carrière, sheds light on the tragedy of the first industrial disease in Quebec in the 30s and 40s. It's thanks to the investigative work by the Franco-American journalist Bertin Ledoux that we know the ravages caused by silicosis, an illness that caused the death of dozens of miners in Saint-Rémy-d'Amherst, that was nicknamed at the time the Village of Widows. The Silicosis Affair is a powerful and moving documentary that recounts the years of years when Quebec workers were victims of dangerous working conditions. So to better understand what these people lived, I invite you to watch the broadcast of L'Affaire Silicose, the Silicosis Affair, the first major scandal in Quebec's social history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pélan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The month of October 2022 sees Canada celebrating 75 years of bilateral relations with Italy. The two countries have common positions on important regional and international issues. We share common values of democracy, freedom, respect of human rights, and an international order based on the rule of law. More than 1.5 million Canadians are of Italian origin and form a vibrant and dynamic community that participates in all aspects of our bilateral relationship, including culture, economy, trade, science, and technology. It's almost a perfect match.
On behalf of the Canada-Italy Interparliamentary Group, I invite you all to join us tonight from 5 to 7 at the Speaker's Dining Room 233S, West Block, for a celebration of this milestone with His Excellency Andrea Ferrari, Ambassador of Italy. And yes, there will be Italian food. Hope to see you all in great numbers.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
After a hiatus of 2 years, the National Diwali celebration is returning to Parliament Hill today. With the support of our Indo-Canadian friends, community organizations, and mandeers from across our country, tonight at 6:30 p.m., I'm delighted to be hosting the 22nd National Diwali celebration at the Sir John A. Macdonald Building. I hope all my colleagues will join us. The Diwali celebration on Parliament Hill was started by our dear friend, the late Honourable Deepak O'Brien. With this inaugural event, Canada became the first Western democracy to celebrate Diwali in Parliament in 1998. We continue this tradition by joining hands across political boundaries to light the Diwali lamp in a gesture that symbolizes the banishment of darkness and the ushering in of light, peace, and hope. Let the National Diwali celebration be a truly Canadian tradition where South Asian and Indo-Canadians will join hands with the rest of Canada to share the message of Diwali. Let there be light. Happy Diwali, everyone.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Misdiagnosed 30% more often than men. This gender gap in medicine stems from the lack of knowledge of women's medical conditions and experiences. That's why I'm thrilled that our government just launched the National Women's Health Research Initiative, an investment of $20 million to enhance health outcomes for women and eliminate gaps. In the past, researchers excluded women from participating in early phase drug trials in case they would accidentally fall pregnant during the trial. And women were generally left out of medical research because their hormonal cycles would complicate results. This led to the complete neglect of conditions that primarily affect women, such as ovarian cancer and endometriosis. Another factor contributing to this gender gap is the lack of trust in women to report on their own health. When doctors can't explain why a female patient is in pain, she's told that she's under stress, suffers from depression, or that it's hormonal. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. Women's Caucus considers this a top priority and asks that women in Canada who agree to please stand up.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Today's youth are tenacious, determined, and they get the...
Okay, I want to remind the honourable members, if they have an earpiece, not to put it near the microphone, because then there's some feedback that happens. Today's the day for technology learning. So the honourable member for St. John's East from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's youth are tenacious, determined, and they get the job done. And nowhere was that better.
Okay, let's... Let's try that again.
Pick it up.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you. Today's youth are tenacious, determined.
Honourable Opposition Whip.
The translations seem to be spreading, and they have run out of mobile translators. So at the moment, there's a number of us who have no translation.
Okay, if I can have all those who do not have translation, can you please raise your hand?
I don't.
Okay, ceux qui n'ont pas la traduction.
Those who don't have interpretation, please raise your hand.
Please keep your hands up. There are portable units coming your way. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Please keep your hand up. if you don't have interpretation, and someone will come by with a portable interpretation receiver.
Lève ta main. Ouais, OK, parfait. Okay, let's try this again. Now, what happens is, I just want everybody to know, j'aimerais que tout le monde sache,
I would like everyone to know,
should have a portable unit if your translation or your interpretation unit is not working on your desk. If you don't have one, or if something goes wrong during a question period, please raise your hand. No need to stand up, but just raise your hand. We have pages and table officers looking out for any hands that go up, and they'll come to you with a brand new unit, and then you can get started. I see some thumbs going on. Alors, tout le monde.
So everyone, if you have an issue with your unit, raise your hand, and we have people keeping an eye out and who will bring you a new receiver.
Don't get me started. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker,
Today's youth are tenacious, determined, and they get the job done. And nowhere was that better displayed than at the recent 25th annual Newfoundland and Labrador Youth Ventures Awards. Youth Ventures Newfoundland and Labrador supports young people in turning their hobbies, interests, and passions into profitable ventures. Today's youth ventures are tomorrow's emerging startups, thriving small businesses, and growing employers. And this program installs an entrepreneurial spirit to support a prosperous Newfoundland and Labrador. The award ceremony recognized the best ventures from this year, and I want to send my sincere congratulations to all the winners, especially Venture of the Year winner Dawson Green of Greenhead Growers from Lords and Anna Ryan of Seriously Doe in Placentia for outstanding ventures 17 years and younger. Youth Ventures is a CBDC program, and it helped start over 4,500 businesses. To all the participants of Youth Venture Awards, you have so much to be proud of. Our future is in great hands. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Canadians cannot afford this costly NDP Liberal coalition, and that is no more evident than with food. A few facts for you. Fact, food inflation in Canada hits its fastest growth in September since August 1981, when the first Trudeau was in office. Fact, food purchase from stores is up 11.4% year over year. And fact, food banks are seeing record demand as prices soar. The Liberals' triple tax hikes, fertilizer cuts, and back-breaking gatekeepers are bankrupting farmers and ranchers and outsourcing food production to other countries, which then require the burning of fuel to get it back to Canada when we should be growing, raising, and preparing it here. Mr. Speaker, here's a final fact for you. A Conservative government under our new leader will repeal these taxes, remove the fertilizer mandates, and get the gatekeepers out of the way so that we can grow affordable food, feed our people, and be the breadbasket of the world.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Speaker, October marks Women's History Month. In honour of this, I want to highlight the important work being done by Politics Now, an organization in my riding of Sudbury. Politics Now empowers and supports women to become political leaders in communities across Northern Ontario. In the last municipal election, Politics Now supported over 46 women by providing training sessions, campaign schools, and hosting events for women to connect and learn. In Ontario's municipal election held this week, 60 women ran in Northern Ontario's 9 cities. 26 women were elected to municipal council, and 1 was the first elected woman mayor in a Northern Ontario city since 2014. Mr. Speaker, organizations like Politics Now are making an impact for women across the country. I want to acknowledge and congratulate the incredible work being done by Amanda Kingsley-Mallow and Politics Now to get even more women elected and have better representation across Northern Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
$6,739. $6,739. That's the heat bill facing a typical family using oil heat in rural Ontario and rural Atlantic Canada this coming winter. That's frightening, Mr. Speaker. And they've got no alternative. There's no natural gas. Electric resistance heat is just as expensive, and heat pumps won't work at -20 in homes built before the 1980s, whether ground source or air source. Nous avons demandé au gouvernement de les aider.
They have refused to help them. It is the only G7 government that has increased taxes on energy.
It's getting away with it because the NDP is letting them. Canadians can't afford this costly agreement between the NDP and Liberals, and they certainly can't afford to pay $6,739 to heat their homes this coming winter.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Canadians have been slammed by another punishing interest rate hike of 0.5, bringing interest rates to 3.75%. All of this brought in to combat the inflation caused by this Prime Minister. Residents know it has never been more expensive to buy a home in Canada that has just been under this Liberal government, and housing prices have doubled during their 7 years in power, with a typical single-family home in my region hovering around $1 million. Nationwide, the average Canadian now spends 60% of their income on home ownership costs alone. Under this Prime Minister, Toronto has become the #1 housing bubble in the world, where it's more expensive to buy a home than New York, Hong Kong, or San Francisco. Vancouver is not far behind at the 6th highest. And it's not just homeowners who are struggling to make ends meet due to this Liberal inflation. The average rent in Canada is now over $2,000 a month, a yearly increase of over 15%. This is not sustainable. We have a plan as a Conservative government to take action to address this housing crisis.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Incredible work of Beth Woods and her team at Gift from the Harp. Bev Woods opened her first dental hygiene office in Trenton, Ontario, as a location for her community to receive free care. Dismayed by the fact that many couldn't access the free services she offered, she founded Gift from the Heart and the flagship Outreach Mobile Community Cruiser, a refurbished and repurposed ambulance, to ensure that there were no barriers to accessing oral health care.
Last September, Bev and her team set up a mobile clinic in the town of Pincourt to provide free dental care to seniors, social workers and Ukrainians recently arrived in Canada. They were greeted and served by dental hygienists Joy Madarazzo, Roshni Desai, Martine Degno, Sonia Caceres, Sofia Baltis, Tayaba Fiaz, Vanessa Bravo and Laura Iorio, and a team of dedicated volunteers.
Together, they gave their time and their expertise to brightening the smiles of so many in my community, and on behalf of everyone who calls Vaudreuil-Soulanges home, I say thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my solidarity with the movement led by Young Women for Human Rights in Iran. At great risk to their own safety, people are taking to the streets demanding justice and freedom following the horrific murder of Mahsa Amini. Their courage in the face of hard state repression is inspiring. Protesters are being tear gassed, beaten, and shot for asserting their rights. This is appalling. The Iranian regime must stop the killing and respect its citizens' right to demonstrate. Canada has an important role to play in upholding human rights and international law. We must be vocal in supporting an independent investigation into the death of Mahsa Amini, and the federal government must ensure that those fleeing violence in Iran can obtain asylum here. Women's rights are human rights. I stand with the women in Iran whose rights are under attack, and I will speak out whenever the rights of women and gender-diverse people are threatened. We can never be silent in the face of injustice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, today I am highlighting the 100th anniversary of the Montcalm farm. For the Montcalm family, farming is a family affair, but it is above all a matter of passion. In 1922, Joseph Montcalm bought a farm in Saint-Louis-de-Gonzague. His son Roch and his wife Corona then took over the dairy business. Thereafter, brothers Maurice, François and Marc all joined forces to propel the business forwards. Now, the Montcalm generation of cousins are continuing their tradition of excellence. A fifth generation is currently growing and taking an interest in the agricultural world. Mr. Speaker, it's by always being ahead of their time that they have been able to prepare for the future. Mr. Speaker, when I talk about the Quebec agricultural model, I do so with pride, but also with I think of the Montcalm family. Family farms on a human scale with farmers involved in their community. That is what supply management allows. The 1922 Montcalms would be proud to see the evolution of the family business and the impressive contribution of their extended family, both on the farm and throughout our region. It is therefore with great joy, Mrs. Speaker, but above all with great affection, that I congratulate the Montcalm family.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, the great people of Portapique and indeed all of Nova Scotia want and deserve answers. The sad and diabolical tragedy that visited our normally idyllic part of the world continues to haunt our thoughts. All Nova Scotians have been failed by the flawed proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission, for which we all held out much hope for answers. The sick and twisted story is further marred by the political interference of the former Minister for Public Safety and the inappropriate dance performed with Commissioner Lucky. Nova Scotians deserve respect, not your political cover-ups. Sorry, sir. Phone records were withheld for 2.5 years for politically motivated reasons by a former Liberal staffer. Nova Scotians deserve answers, not fiction, not foolishness, not falsified reality, and certainly not your fabrication. The former Minister for Public Safety needs to resign.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, last week I attended the 40th annual Fallen Peace Officers Memorial Service in Halifax, honoring Nova Scotian peace officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. This year, the name of RCMP Constable Heidi Stevenson has been added to the Fallen Peace Officers Monument. Constable Stevenson was a 23-year veteran of the force who tragically lost her life during the Nova Scotia mass shooting in 2020. Watching her husband and children lay a wreath in her name was a somber reminder of the risk that these brave officers take to keep us safe. Tragically, in recent months, 4 more officers across Canada have died in the line of duty, so I invite all members in this House to join me in expressing our sincere condolences to the families and loved ones of Constable Angel Hong of the Toronto Police Service, Constables Morgan Russell and Devin Northrup of the Simcoe Police Service, and RCMP Constable Shaylin Yang in Burnaby. These officers put themselves in harm's way to serve and protect others, and we will remember their sacrifices forever.
Question orale, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Canadians now receive their bill for the $500 billion of inflationary deficit that is boosting interest rates. For a family that bought a house in Quebec with a mortgage 5 years ago that is now renewing their mortgage, they will pay another $7,000 per year. The Prime Minister said that the government would take on debt so Canadians don't need to do so. So who's going to pay for that additional cost for that mortgage? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I will answer his questions shortly, but today I would like to underscore the 40 days that have come since Mahsa Amini, and this is a senseless murder, and we'd like to underscore the courage of Iranian women who are protesting to show how violent and cruel this regime is.
The world gather today and tonight. We hear you and stand with you, and we'll continue to hold the Iranian regime to account for its abhorrent, heinous behavior.
The
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians are now getting the bill for the Prime Minister's $500 billion of inflationary deficits that first drove up inflation and now drive up interest rates. For a typical family that bought a typical home with a typical mortgage 5 years ago but are now up for renewal, they're paying $7,000 more per year. The Prime Minister said that the government was going to take on all this debt so that Canadians wouldn't have to, as if they don't have to pay back government debt. If that were the case, though, then who's going to pay the extra mortgage payments for these families?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through the pandemic, we made the decision to support Canadian families, to support workers, to support small businesses, to make sure Canadians could hold on and to make sure our economy could hold on through an unprecedented, historic pandemic. At the same time, we were there to support Canadians as the economy gets going again, and we're there to support them now with help with the GST rebate that's going to arrive in the coming weeks, and with direct support for dental care and for low-income renters. The question, Mr. Speaker, is why are Conservative politicians not choosing to support Canadians on dental and rental?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister caused this inflation crisis. Even Mark Carney, who will be the successor to the current Liberal leader, is saying that inflation is a homegrown problem. He's right. It's caused by the $500 billion of inflationary deficits that have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest that we pay. And today, rates went up another half point, meaning many families will be handing in their keys to the banks because they won't be able to afford those bills. Has the Prime Minister been briefed by his officials on how many Canadians will lose their homes because of the higher interest rates that his inflationary policies have caused?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is a worldwide problem right now, but it is a challenge faced by Canadian families that we will continue to support them through. That's why we're delivering supports for families right now in a targeted way, a doubling of the GST credit that will arrive in the coming weeks in their bank accounts, moving forward on support for dental care, moving forward on support for low-income renters, things that the Conservative Party is continuing not just to vote against but to block, and we will continue to do more. We will continue to be there for Canadians during the challenging times ahead, because that's what Canadians expect of their government.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What they've come to expect of this government is that it raises the cost of living. The cost of government is driving up the cost of goods, and now the cost of interest. $200 billion of the $500 billion in deficits had nothing to do with COVID, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And even that so-called COVID spending included the ArriveCan app, an app that could have been designed in a weekend for $250,000 but cost $54 million. The government claims that $1.2 million of that went to a company called Think On. That company says it didn't get that money. Who did?
Here. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriate ministers are looking into this and making sure that the mistake that was made by public servants in sharing information is followed up on. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that we did a lot of things in a very unprecedented way during an unprecedented pandemic, including delivering CERB checks within weeks of people having to stay home from jobs in ways that were unthinkable only a few months before. We were there to support small businesses with record support so that we could come roaring back as an economy immediately after. Yes, we stepped up in a very rapid way to support Canadians, and that's what Canadians know got us through this pandemic.
Honourable Opposition.
Oh, the Prime Minister can't tell us who got the $1.2 million. He blames public servants for the mistake. Surely, in the weeks since he learned out about it, he could have learned of this misappropriation. He could have found out where the money went, but he hasn't. It's not the only example. There's also the $400,000 trip to London, of which there was a $6,000 suite for one night. Just another example of the massive Liberal waste that has contributed to the inflationary deficits we now face. So if he can't tell us which company got the money, can he at least tell us who got the $6,000 a night room?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As Canadians know, we had a large delegation, including a number of previous prime ministers and former governor generals in London for.
To interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition asked a question. I'm sure he wants to hear the answer. So I'm just going to ask everyone to calm down and so we can hear the answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
That's a lot of work.
Mr. Speaker, to mark the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Canada had a large delegation that went to London to the funeral, including a number of former Prime Ministers and former Governors General. We stayed in the same hotel. Mr. Speaker, having a strong Canadian presence there as one of the top realm countries was expected of us, and it was important to see all Canadians so well represented together at the funerals.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, some laws and initiatives have an impact on the budget so that a royal consent can be adopted when there is a vote in the House. It's symbolic, but it's part of the rules. Given inflation that is undermining the budgets of seniors, they're being discriminated towards by this government, those who are 65 to 75 who depend on government assistance. So I would like to underscore the urgency of an economic update, and they should increase OAS so that seniors can receive support. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is good news that seniors today are living much longer and they're in better health than before, decades before. This is good news. But because of this, we have too many seniors who run out of their savings and pensions before the end of their lives. And that's why we recognize that from 75 years of age, seniors have more costs and greater needs. That's why we decided to increase old age security for seniors over 75. We want to be there in a proportionate way for those who have the most need. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I would ask the Prime Minister to listen to his answer again. It also has an impact on the budget, as if he wanted to get an authorization from his friend Charles, who is much older. But now we're heading towards the toughest season for the health of people. We're facing another wave of COVID, and the healthcare system is crumbling because of financial issues. We don't want to look at jurisdictional issues, but can he transfer the healthcare funding without strings? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadian law on health is in place to make sure that Canadians from across this country receive the same quality and accessibility of healthcare services everywhere in the country. That's the role of the federal government. We want to make sure that all Canadians have a good healthcare system. The provinces deliver this healthcare system, and the federal government is very happy to be a partner with the provinces to fund these services, and we are in talks with the provinces to deliver results and services that Canadian, including Quebecers, need. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Today, the Bank of Canada has once again hiked its interest rate, and inflation management is not just up to the Bank of Canada. We also have to do our share. Many economists are calling for a recession. People are expecting us to prepare for the future. When will the government stop hiding behind the Bank of Canada and show some leadership? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what this government is doing. Not only are we remaining responsible fiscally to preserve the necessary means if the economic situation gets worse, but we're also here with assistance that is targeted for those who need it, whether it's the 11 million households that will receive a GST refund in coming weeks, or direct assistance to families for dental care, or rental assistance for low-income families. We're helping Canadians to get through these tough times in coming months. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister's own former economic advisor has raised concerns of increased household costs because of interest rates going up. He says an average family with a new mortgage before today's new increase could see an increase of $11,000 in extra costs to their annual budget. Most families do not have the ability to absorb that kind of hit. When will this government help families that are reeling with the shock of increasing interest rates.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how much families are concerned both with rising prices right now and with the specter of increasing interest rates that are going to continue to put pressure on their mortgages, on their savings. This is why we're taking action right now in a targeted way to ensure that we're supporting millions of households, millions of families with GST rebates, with help for dental care, with help for low-income renters, and we're going to continue to make sure we have the capacity to respond if the economic situation worsens for Canadians over the coming months.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, record inflation is a choice for these Liberals after causing it with the $500 billion of inflationary deficit, much of which has nothing to do with COVID. They blame everything and everyone else. The Bank of Canada governor says that inflation is homegrown. Another past one says that it's domestic too. And now struggling Canadians are facing yet another rate hike that makes a bad situation worse. The Prime Minister isn't letting up. He's raising taxes, and worse, he's still spending. Canadians know how we got here. They just want to know how he could be so irresponsible.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, record inflation is hitting families around the globe, but that's cold comfort to Canadians who are struggling as well, which is why we are stepping up to directly support them with a GST rebate, with direct help for low-income renters, and for dental care. My question is, and the Canadians' questions, to be quite frank, is why are Conservative politicians continue to stand against dental care for Canadian kids, stand against support for low-income families? These are things that would help people tangibly in the months to come, but Conservatives are not just not supporting, they're actually actively trying to block them.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will have plenty of opportunity to ask questions in the future, but he doesn't get it. They told Canadians that interest rates would stay low. They told Canadians that we'd have deflation, not inflation, and that it would be temporary. They spent $500 billion. That's more than every Prime Minister in the history of this country combined. They flooded the market with cheap cash, and they said, don't worry about it. And now the Bank of Canada is cleaning up their mess by raising rates. Will he finally pull his weight around here and stop fueling the fire that he himself has lit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It takes a special kind of Conservative politician to talk about initiatives like the CERB and the CEBA as flooding the market with cheap cash. Mr. Speaker, we are there to support Canadians in a direct way, as we had their backs during the pandemic, as we continue to have their backs right now with the high cost of living. We're always going to be there to support Canadians. Why aren't Conservative politicians stepping up to support Canadians on dental and rental care? That's the question Canadians are asking them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
This Prime Minister's disastrous inflationary policies and reckless spending on the backs of Canadians is sending more families into homeless shelters and food banks, up 30%. This Prime Minister's climate zealot ideology is keeping billions of dollars of investment in our responsible Canadian energy sector in the ground, increasing home heating costs 50% to 100%, and making more families stay freezing in the dark. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his inflationary problems that caused the Bank of Canada's interest rate hikes because of just...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having a hard time following the particular logic that the Conservatives are putting forward today, saying that the reason people are struggling is because we were there to help them in record amounts during the pandemic. We were there to keep food on the table for families struggling from having lost their jobs because of the pandemic. We were there to keep small businesses open, restaurants, neighborhood stores open through a pandemic because we were there with supports because otherwise money wasn't coming in. We invested in the Canadian economy to get through these difficult difficult times, and Conservatives say we shouldn't have done any of that.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Well, let's look at real responsible allies of ours. Let's look at Japan, Switzerland, Taiwan, Hong Kong, who took the right steps and kept inflation under 3%. They didn't print boatloads of money that was valueless and make sure that their citizens got put further into debt. And now Canada has the highest interest rate in the entire G7, pushing more families to food banks and homeless shelters, like we said before. The more this Prime Minister spends, the higher interest rates, the higher just inflation goes. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for just inflation causing higher Bank of Canada interest rate hikes, yes or no?
I just want to remind the honourable members that you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly, and it's nice to play with words and everything, but please, it's a little obvious there. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have worked closely with allies over the past number of months and number of years to ensure that we're increasing our opportunities for citizens, that we're increasing our resilience in our supply chains, and we're working together. Global inflation is hitting all of our allies, whether it be the United States, the UK, France, Germany. All our major partners are facing these challenges. Canadians are doing slightly better than folks in those countries, but that's cold comfort to too many Canadians who are struggling. That's why we're stepping up with direct and more help with a return on the GST credit that's going to land in Canadians' bank accounts in the coming weeks, and dental and rental support that inexplicably Conservatives continue to oppose.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we all remember that the Finance Minister said that she could afford to increase debt to record levels because of low interest rates. But now that she's gunning for the PM's job, she's changing her message to warn Canadians about the dangers of rising interest rates and that the government needs to tighten its belt. But millions of Canadians can't make ends meet. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he's going to cancel the carbon tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and all Canadians know full well that climate change is a reality that we have to prepare for. And we also have to look at it as an opportunity to grow our economy by going greener. And that's exactly what we're doing by putting a price on pollution. We can no longer pollute freely in our country, and the Conservatives want to go back to that time, but we know that we have to move forward. We have to be there to put a price on pollution and put money back into the pockets of Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. What's clear for Quebecers and Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bank of Canada's key rate went up for the sixth time to 3.7%. It has an impact on mortgages and that the money Canadians need to leave for living. Inflation, accelerated by historic Liberal spending, is taking a bite out of Canadians' pensions and wages. Meanwhile, the PM is turning a deaf ear to Canadians' frustrations. When is he going to act with compassion and stop raising taxes? Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives continue to talk about cutting services that Canadians are counting on, whether it's EI or pensions, we are going to be there to help Canadians who are vulnerable and also to invest in the middle class. And we're going to continue to fight against climate change. We know that investing to fight against climate change is the best way to prepare a robust economy with opportunities for everyone in coming years. And that's exactly what we're going to continue to do. And that Conservatives want to encourage us to cut services. We're not going to do this. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. The government's dental check is supposed to help ease the cost of living for families. That's the title of this bill, cost of living relief measures. But if the PM wanted to help families, he could have increased the child benefit and all families would have benefited. But instead, he creates a dental check that does not help all families, discriminates against Quebec families, and pushes parents through the bureaucracy of the CRA. The PBO has confirmed that Quebec children are half as likely to qualify as Canadian children. What is he going to do to reverse this discrimination? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know that too many families don't have the means to pay for dental care that they need. The dental benefit will be offered to all Quebec families who are eligible, including those who are covered by public insurance. If eligible families have expenses that are not covered by the existing provincial system, they will have access to our benefit. We're going to continue to work to make life more family affordable for all. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the worst part is that the Dental Quebec discriminates against Quebecers because they're already paying taxes in Quebec to cover children's dental care. As a result, 23% of Quebec's children will only receive 13% of federal funding. That's roughly half of Quebec's youth excluded from the NDP Liberal program. Basically, Quebecers will pay taxes to cover the dental care of their children, and with this program, they'll also pay for the dental care of children in other provinces. Thanks to who, Mr. Speaker? The NDP and the Liberals. How can the PM justify this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we made the choice to make sure that all families in this country can pay for dental care for their children. This includes families in Quebec who will have access to this benefit, and we know that this is something that should go beyond political concerns, but unfortunately the Bloc is opposed to offering dental care to children who cannot afford it. And we are going to be there to help children, and we're going to be there to help families during these tough times.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government continues with wasteful spending. There's We Charity, storytellers for the Prime Minister, the Infrastructure Bank, fridges for Loblaws, checks to MasterCard, the Arrive scam app, and expensive hotels, just to name a few. Wow. Hardworking Canadians who send their money to Ottawa are not being respected. Canadians cannot afford this costly coalition. Will the Liberals end their inflationary spending?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the member for Kelowna Lake Country was really concerned about hardworking Canadians, she would drop her opposition to supporting families with dental care for their kids. She would stop her opposition to sending a $500 check to the lowest income renters across the country who need help making ends meet right now. The Conservative Party continues to talk about trying to be there for people, but when it comes time to stand up and vote to help them, not only are they voting against it, but they're doing everything they can to kill our dental and rental bill. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. When will they do the right thing and support low-income and middle-class Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Interest rates are up again, and the Bank of Canada says more raises are coming. Now the bank says that inflation reflects Canadian domestic factors, not the global factors that this government keeps blaming. The government said interest rates will remain low, and then they went on a spending spree. They said it was irresponsible not to spend. They said there would be no inflation, and then they said inflation would just be temporary. And now inflation's out of control and Canadians are paying more. That's right. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that his spending has made life unaffordable for Canadians?
That's right. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during this unprecedented pandemic, all parties worked together to deliver the kinds of supports that Canadians needed, whether it was CERB, whether it was the CEBA account for small businesses, whether it was support for seniors, whether it's support for students. We continued to step up. This government led the way, but we had the support of members across the aisle for many of these initiatives. Now, the members across the aisle are saying we shouldn't have been there for Canadians. We shouldn't have spent that money supporting Canadians with the CERB and the CEBA. Well, I ask Canadians to think back over the past couple of years and imagine what it would have been like had we not been there to support them.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the PM has spent $200 million more than what the Canadians needed to get through the pandemic. But the Prime Minister is used to not answering questions. He skirts questions. He tries to answer other things. Every time Canadians tell me, the Prime Minister, will he one day answer a question? And I have a simple one to ask him today. Can he tell us who slept in the famous $6,000 suite in London? Simple question. Who slept in that room? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. While the Conservative Party is worrying about attacking the government and attacking on our presence at the funeral of Her Majesty. We're going to continue to be there to deliver tangible things for Canadians with the GST tax rebate that will arrive in coming weeks in the bank accounts of 11 million Canadians, but also with help for dental care and help for low-income renters. These last two benefits are initiatives that the Conservatives are against. Why, Mr. Speaker, are these Conservatives not there for Canadians? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how we can say that and still justify the fact that you're sleeping in a $6,000 room. Many Canadians can't sleep in a $6,000 suite. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, I was wrong. It's not $200 million that they spent more during the pandemic. That had nothing to do with the pandemic. It is $200 billion. That's the reality. So when the Prime Minister, will he stop blaming everyone and take responsibility for his incompetency? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we all work together to make sure that Canadians have the necessary support to get through the pandemic, whether it was the emergency CERB benefit or employer benefits or small business or senior benefits. We all work together. And the government did deliver a lot of assistance for Canadians so that they could get through those tough times. And now that our economy is coming back strong, we see that many Canadians are still experiencing difficulties. And that's why we're helping them with dental care and rental support. And the Conservatives are opposed to that.
Member for Nunavut.
Indigenous children have been torn from their families, communities, and cultural practices for decades. Yesterday, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal reaffirmed our knowledge that this government continues to willfully discriminate against Indigenous children. This government must listen to advocates and make sure every child affected is eligible for compensation and leaves no one behind. Will this government find solutions outside of the courts so children do not have to wait any longer?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, exactly what we did was work directly with Indigenous peoples, First Nations, and other Indigenous peoples to ensure that we were moving forward on supporting the people who needed it, on getting that compensation to those people who'd been harmed by practices of governments past. We are continuing to stand with AFN, Trout, and Mushum to make sure that we are working to deliver compensation to these kids as quickly as possible. We know they deserve compensation. We want to be there for them as we have always said we would be.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Are getting rich off the backs of Canadians, but the Liberals keep handing them billions of dollars in public money. These same companies are fueling the climate crisis. A new report from the International Institute on Sustainable Development confirms that paying big oil to reduce their emissions is a bad investment. These handouts mean less investments in climate solutions that support workers. When will the government stop subsidizing big oil and start making them pay what they owe?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a long-standing disagreement between the Liberal Party on this side and the NDP on that side about the use of investing, for example, in CCUS technology to ensure that we can decarbonize our oil and gas production so we can continue to deliver the energy that the world needs while we go through this energy transition at lower emission levels. That's why we're working closely with industry on decarbonization measures. That's why we put a price on pollution to give a clear price incentive to companies to reduce their carbon emissions. This is the kind of work we are doing because we know we need to be there for workers and build a strong future.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, handguns have ripped our communities apart. We have seen this firsthand in Brampton, in the Greater Toronto area, the Toronto Danforth shooting, the Quebec City mosque attack, the Edmonton shooting, all senseless handgun violence that claimed loved ones too soon. While Conservatives are trying to make assault weapons legal again, the Prime Minister and Minister of Public Safety are taking swift action to protect Canadians. Could the Right Honourable Prime Minister please share with this House how the handgun freeze will protect all Canadian communities?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Brampton South for her hard work and her advocacy on this matter. We are taking the strongest action in a generation to keep communities safe from gun violence, including a national freeze on handguns. Because it's time to get handguns off the streets, out of abusive homes, and out of the hands of criminals. We will never apologize for acting with urgency to protect Canadians from gun violence. We will let the Conservative Party explain for itself why they believe that weapons meant for the battlefield should remain in our neighbourhoods.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, Commissioner Lucky states on the audio file, and I quote, "The minister wants to speak to me. Once again, I dropped the ball," close quote. It goes on, and I quote, "I've apologized to the minister. I'm waiting for the Prime Minister to call me so I can apologize," end of quote. The former Minister of Public Safety needs to stop the deception, the fiction, the fabrication, and the disinformation. He needs to respect Nova Scotians and resign for the actions and political interference in the investigations of the death of 22 Nova Scotians and an unborn child. Will the Prime Minister accept the resignation of this minister?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as always, our thoughts are with the families as they continue to grieve, and my efforts are focused squarely, as they have been since day one, on supporting them. As the Commissioner and the Minister have clearly stated, the decision on what information is released and when is the police's alone, and that was fully respected.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, on this Liberal RCMP political interference scandal, the Minister continues to avoid accountability by using very specific legal words concerning ministerial directives to the RCMP. But we're not asking about legal directives, we're asking about political interference, Mr. Speaker. Did the Minister, his Chief of Staff, or anyone from his office discuss the forthcoming Liberal gun control legislation with the RCMP Commissioner or her staff between the dates of the Nova Scotia mass murder and the April 28th press conference? Did they politicize the deaths of 22 people, Mr. Speaker? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians expect their government to respond quickly and effectively to crises and answer their questions. But it's interesting to see how Conservative politicians are changing their tune. I will remind the member that her colleagues from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes and West Nova asked on at least 3 occasions between May 20th and May 28th, 2020, when will all of this information finally be made transparent and public? I'm focused on supporting the families affected by this tragedy and taking action to ensure that it never happens again.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Evidence of this cover-up is coming out every day. We've just learned that the RCMP Director of Media Relations, who also happens to be a former Liberal staffer, Mr. Speaker, is being investigated for covering up the audio recording that's at the centre of this entire scandal. That same audio recording has the Commissioner directly contradicting the Minister. There are lies here, Mr. Speaker. So who's getting fired, the Minister, the Commissioner, or both, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as all Canadians know, when an emergency arises, accurate and timely information is crucial. As the Commissioner stated, keeping the government informed through timely and accurate information sharing is not interference. It is standard procedure, and these situational updates are provided without compromising the operational integrity of an investigation, end quote. Canadians rightfully had questions about the public communications that occurred during and after our country's most devastated intended mass casualty. That's why that's a focus of our inquiry.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Emergency Preparedness politicized a criminal investigation and the worst mass murder in the history of Canada. He can deny it all he wants, but the evidence is overwhelming. He pressured the RCMP Commissioner to disclose sensitive information to advance the Liberal agenda, whereas he had already been notified that this information could undermine the investigation. Today, here's my question. When is the Prime Minister going to fire him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously, our thoughts go to the families who are grieving, and our efforts are focused on assistance to bring to them. As the Commissioner and the Minister have already said many times, the decision concerning the information disclosed and when to do so was up to the police, and it was fully respected in this situation and in all other situations. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, at the Rouleau Commission, 3 different police forces confirmed that the Emergencies Act was not necessary to end the convoy occupation in Ottawa. The RCMP, the OPP, and the Ottawa Police. They all said that they did not need the Emergencies Act. The RCMP even advised the federal government before it invoked the Emergencies Act that it had all the tools required, and in fact, rather, that all the tools had not yet been used. So can the Prime Minister explain why he invoked the Emergencies Act against the recommendations of the RCMP? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, invoking the Emergencies Act is not to be taken lightly. It was something major, and it is when such an emergencies is invoked, that includes a public inquiry to shed light on everything that happened and the decisions leading up to it. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that we are conducting this commission, this inquiry, and that is why I'm eager to testify before that commission so that Canadians can understand why it was both necessary and done responsibly, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Yes, I'm eager to hear the Prime Minister testify as well. Inspector Robert Bernier of the Ottawa Police confirmed today that it was not the Emergencies Act that led to the ending of the occupation. The police operation had already been designed the day before on February 13th, when the police did not even know that the Emergencies Act would be invoked. Mr. Bernier confirmed that they carried out this operation without thinking of the Emergencies Act because they already had all the powers they needed to act. Once again, could the Prime Minister to explain to us why he invoked the Emergencies Act if it was useless? Was it to do what so he could do just like his father? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no Canadian is surprised that those who were opposed to the Emergencies Act are still opposed to it today. And those of us who believe that it was necessary continue to believe that it was necessary. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we launched a public inquiry to shed light on all the reasons why it was invoked so that Canadians can learn impartially and in a nonpartisan fashion why it was the right thing to do, why it was done in a limited and proportional fashion, and that it worked to put an end to the truckers' occupation that was illegal.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals are completely out of touch with the economic crisis that Canadians are facing because of their reckless spending. Interest rates went up again today. The cost of groceries are at a 40-year high, forcing too many Canadian families having to use a food bank. And it's becoming a luxury to heat your home in this country. On top of that, they will be raising the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, making everything more expensive. Well, they can't to raise the carbon tax.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to point out that we were there in too large a measure for small businesses, for families, for workers who struggled through this pandemic. We disagree with them on that because we saw our economy recover faster than just about any of our allied countries. But on top of that, they continue to be saying that they're concerned about the issues facing Canadians in their day-to-day lives, and yet they continue not just to stand against, but to attempt to block our help for Canadians on dental care, on support for low-income renters. Why do they continue to stand against support for Canadians?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, $200 billion had nothing to do with COVID. It did not actually help Canadians through COVID. Canadians cannot afford this Liberal NDP coalition. It's actually making everything more expensive for Canadians, and that's why interest rates went up today. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask again, will they give Canadians a break and cancel their planned tax hikes?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives can continue to talk about cuts to EI, continue to talk about cuts to pensions, continue to talk about making pollution free again. The reality is we're not only going to continue to be there to support Canadians through these difficult times, but we're going to stand against the Conservatives' opposition to our plan to support Canadians with dental care, to support low-income renters with direct help as we get forward into this winter. We know that Canadians need help now. Canadians are also wondering, why are the Conservatives continuing to stand against support for Canadians who need it?
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
On this side of the House, we're not against families. We're for families. Let's talk about those folks. Let's talk about those ordinary Canadians that are working hard to make ends meet. Those folks that are raising their kids. Those folks that are trying to pay their bills. Those folks that are driving their children to hockey games, etc. These are the folks that watch their heating bill double over the last year. These are the folks that are going to watch their heating bill this winter go up by another 30%. These are the folks for whom many cannot afford the $100 extra a month that is going to be. So my question for you, Mr. Prime Minister, through the chair, is this. Will you exercise some compassion and take away your plan to triple
Prime Minister?
From Lethbridge was talking about being there for folks raising families, and that's exactly one of the things that we are focused on right now, in delivering support for families who can't afford to send their kids to the dentist. We know there are far too many Canadians looking at the various bills they're facing and knowing, sorry, we're not going to be able to send our kids to the dentist this year. That is wrong, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're moving forward with $1,300 in support over the next 2 years so that all families can send their kids to the dentist. Why, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives who want to support families standing...
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve a healthy environment and safe communities. Since the last reform of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 20 years ago, chemicals have become more and more a part of our daily life and of our economy. To ensure Canadians' safety, our country needs an Environmental Protection Act that addresses 21st century problems with the help of 21st century science. Can the Prime Minister please update us on Bill S5? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles for his question and his hard work. The right to a healthy environment recognizes that all Canadians deserve safe communities and a healthy environment. We pledge to adopt a federal law that codifies these principles, and we're going to follow up on it. I hope that the Conservatives will stop trying to delay this bill, as they have done over the past week, and allow it to go to committee as soon as possible to help it pass instead of filibustering. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the budget of Canadian families is taking a real hit. Interest rates are up. Groceries are up. Home heating is up. Gas is up. In fact, everything we buy is up. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister realize that the last thing Canadians need is a tax hike? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Of course, Mr. Speaker, that is why that we're not increasing taxes. We are here to help Canadians. We're here to help them with dental care, with investments to help low-income renters, initiatives, in fact, that the member across the way is fiercely opposed to. We are calling on the Conservative Party to stop blocking this bill on dental and rental so that we can help Canadian families as quickly as possible.
Member for our Foothills.
The only help the Liberals are offering Canadians is the triple threat. They've tripled the debt, they're tripling the carbon tax, and in less than 2 years, they've tripled interest rates. This is a threat that Canadians can't afford. Soup is up 30%, bread and potatoes up 17%, margarine up 38%. These aren't luxury items from the Liberal cocktail party. These are staples that Canadians rely on every single day. So to the Prime Minister, how many Canadian families are going to have to rely on food banks before you cancel your plans to triple the taxes on food, fuel, and home heating?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the average family of four in this country, in the jurisdictions where the carbon tax backstop applies, receive more money from the climate action incentive than they pay on average in the climate change, the price on pollution. We are moving forward in a way that both fights climate change and supports the families that need it. Like we're moving forward on supports for low-income renters and for families that can't pay for their kids to go to the dentist. But Conservative politicians are standing against support for dental care, support for low-income rentals. Why?
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
It is clear that the Prime Minister has become too comfortable with the luxuries he hasn't earned. He doesn't understand the burdens that are carrying on every Canadian. Burdens that the Liberals are tripling by tripling the carbon tax, tripling the debt, and now tripling the interest rates. Will the Prime Minister end his planned tax hikes on food, fuel, and home heating? Or is he yearning to the days of his father, when Canadians who couldn't afford their mortgage were dropping their house keys off at the bank before taking their families to the food bank?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
There is much misinformation floating around out there, and that's why we're happy to put things very clear for Canadians, despite the approach that the members of the opposition are taking. Let's consider how families in the communities of the opposition front benches benefit from our climate action rebates. A family of four in the opposition leader's riding has received over $550 this year alone, over $620 in the Deputy Finance Critics ridings, and over $800 so far this year in the member opposite's riding. We are there to support families even as we fight climate change.
Well, member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Afghanistan remains heartbreaking to this day, as Afghan women and interpreters helped our country for years, and they've been targeted by the Taliban since they've taken over in Afghanistan over a year ago. It goes without saying that it's our duty to help them get to safety. Can the Prime Minister inform this House on the progress that's been made so far towards this government's commitment to resettle at least 40,000 Afghan refugees by the end of next year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Guelph for his tireless work and advocacy for his constituents. I'm pleased to say that today we will be welcoming 2 more planes with Afghan nationals fleeing the Taliban regime. With those arrivals, we've now resettled over 23,000 Afghans. We're excited for those arriving today to begin their new lives here at home, and we will continue our work until we resettle at least 40,000 Afghans.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in July, Sunshine House received Health Canada funding to run a mobile overdose prevention site, providing peer-led support to people who use drugs. But they have hit a bureaucratic wall. They've been told they need an exemption to run the site. Winnipeg Centre has an overdose crisis. Last week, 5 people, Mr. Speaker, 5 people died due to a toxic drug supply. People need help, and the government delays are costing lives. Will the Prime Minister act to ensure this overdose prevention site can start its critical, life-saving work now?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has always put evidence and data at the centre of everything we do to move forward. We know that harm reduction and safe consumption sites work. That's why over the past 7 years we have seen open countless numbers across the country, but we know there's more to do. That's why we're moving forward with a program with British Columbia area to ensure safer drug supplies. That's why we're moving forward in cities across the country, including the member opposite city, to ensure that we're getting the support for people who are facing such terrible challenges and epidemics and deaths. We're going to continue to be there hand in hand with local municipalities.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians care about human rights. We stand up for human rights, whether it's for the Uyghur Muslims in the People's Republic of China, whether it's the people, the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, around the world, but we must also stand up for Palestinian human rights. We must make it very clear that as a staunch friend of Israel, we also call for human rights to be respected for the people of Palestine. There are two important UN resolutions coming up, Mr. Prime. I'm going to ask the Prime Minister, will Canada consider, please, voting for the motion to respect what's happening and to help Palestinian refugees and to take action on Israeli settlements?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a steadfast friend and ally of Israel and a friend to the Palestinian people. We are firmly committed to a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We continue to firmly support the goal of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel.
That's all the time we have for question period today. C'est la fin de la période de questions.
That it's the end of the question period?
Where are you guys going? Mary! I don't see anyone standing up. I'll get started.
Harry, remember, you got to hit the right key.
It being 4:20, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Blanchet relating to the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Monsieur Blanchet, appuyé par Monsieur...
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Trudel, moves that given that Canada is a democratic state, to this House
of equality for all, the House expressed its desire to sever ties between Canadian state and the British monarchy and call on the government to take the actions necessary to do so. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hanley.
Ms. Hanley.
Pardon me. Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Scheer,
Mr. Scheer,
Mr. Doherty,
Mr. Doherty,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mrs. Thomas,
Mrs. Thomas,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Monsieur Paulus,
Monsieur Paulus,
Mr. Hallan,
Mr. Hallan,
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk,
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk,
Ms. Dancho,
Ms. Dancho,
Mr. Barlow,
Mr. Barlow,
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Moore,
Ms. Bergen,
Ms. Bergen,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Stewart,
Mr. Stewart,
Monsieur Berthold,
Mr. Berthold,
Mr. Workington,
Mr. Workington,
Ms. Findlay,
Ms. Finley,
Mr. Abu Taif,
Mr. Abu Tayyip,
Mr. Chong,
Mr. Chong,
Mrs. Gray,
Mrs. Gray,
Mr. Barrett,
Mr. Barrett,
Mrs. Kuzi,
Mrs. Kuzi,
Mr. Davidson,
Mr. Davidson,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Calkins,
Mr. Calkins,
Mr. Lloyd,
Mr. Lloyd,
Monsieur Martel,
Mr. Martel,
Monsieur Godin,
Mr. Godin,
Ms. Gladue,
Ms. Gladue,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Goodrich,
Mrs. Goodrich,
Mrs. Block,
Mrs. Block,
Ms. Ferrari,
Ms. Ferrari,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mr. Chambers,
Mr. Chambers,
Mr. Aitchison,
Mr. Aitchison,
Mr. Williams,
Mr. Williams,
Mr. Lobb,
Mr. Lobb,
Mr. Allison,
Mr. Allison,
Mr. Reed,
Mr. Reed,
Mr. McLean,
Mr. McLean,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Steinley,
Mr. Steinley,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman,
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman,
Monsieur Lehoux,
Monsieur Lehoux,
Monsieur Généreux,
Monsieur Généreux,
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster,
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster,
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Zimmer,
Mr. Zimmer,
Monsieur Gould,
Mr. Gould,
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Caputo,
Monsieur Brassard,
Monsieur Brassard,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. McGuire,
Ms. Rempel Garner,
Ms. Rempel Garner,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Dreesen,
Mr. Dreesen,
Mr. Currick,
Mr. Currick,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Tolmie,
Mr. Tomey,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Hoback,
Mr. Hobart,
Mr. Brock,
Mr. Brock,
Mr. Shipley,
Mr. Shipley,
Mr. Redicott,
Mr. Redicott,
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. Falk, Provencher,
Mr. Falk, Provencher,
Monsieur d'Entremont,
Monsieur d'Entremont,
Mr. Benson,
Mr. Benson,
Mr. Dowdle,
Mr. Dowdle,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Mott,
Mr. Mott,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Weber,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mr. Vierson,
Mr. Vierson,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Fass,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Blaney,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Ms. Barron,
Ms. Barron,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Mr. Vong,
Mr. Vong,
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si des députés n'ont pas.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Small. Mr. Small, you're on mute. There we go.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Mr. Small, against, contre.
Ms. Zerillo.
Nay.
Ms. Cirillo, against, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 44, 44. Nays contre 266, 266.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-242 under private members' business. The question is the following one.
Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Allen, moved that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, temporary resident visas for parents and grandparents, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those to my left in favor of the motion will please rise. All those in the sixth row.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Ballaford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Ballaford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Troisième rang.
Third row to my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Martel,
Monsieur Martel,
Monsieur Godin,
Monsieur Godin,
Ms. Gladue,
Miss Gladue,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Goodridge,
Mrs. Goodrich,
Mrs. Block,
Mrs. Block,
Ms. Ferrari,
Miss Ferrari,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mr. Chambers,
Chambers,
Mr. Aitchison,
Mr. Aitchison,
Mr. Williams,
Mr. Williams,
Mr. Lobb,
Mr. Lobb,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Thériault,
Madame Gaudreau,
Madame Gaudreau,
Madame Larouche,
Madame Larouche,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Jennis,
Mr. Jennis,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Stewart,
Mr. Stewart,
Monsieur Berthold,
Mr. Berthold,
Mr. Workington,
Mr. Workington,
Miss Findlay,
Miss Finley,
Mr. Abu Taif,
Mr. Aboutieff,
Mr. Chong,
Mr. Chong,
Mrs. Gray,
Mrs. Gray,
Mr. Barrett,
Mr. Barrett,
Mrs. Cousy,
Mrs. Cousy,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame Michaud,
Madame Michaud,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
First row on my right.
Mr. Doherty,
Mr. Doherty,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mrs. Thomas,
Mrs. Thomas,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Monsieur Paulus,
Monsieur Paulus,
Mr. Shear,
Mr. Shear,
Mr. Hallan,
Mr. Hallan,
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk,
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk,
Ms. Dancho,
Miss Dancho,
Mr. Barlow,
Mr. Barlow,
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Moore,
Ms. Bergen,
Miss Bergen,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Ms. Blaney,
Miss Blaney,
Ms. Kwan,
Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la motion.
All those at my right in favour of the motion will please rise sixth row.
Madame Menders,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Ms. Bradford,
Miss Bradford,
Madame Châtel,
Madame Châtel,
Mr. Gahir,
Mr. Gahir,
Ms. Hefner,
Miss Hefner,
Madame Lapointe,
Madame Lapointe,
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long,
Mr. Long,
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. McDonald Avalon,
Mr. McDonald Avalon,
Mr. McLeod,
Mr. McLeod,
Mr. Morrissey,
Mr. Morrissey,
Mr. Sarai,
Mr. Sarai,
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan,
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South,
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South,
Madame Zaid,
Mrs. Zaid,
Mr. Rogers,
Mr. Rogers,
Ms. Yip,
Ms. Yip,
Mr. Aldag,
Mr. Aldag,
Madame Latanzio,
Madame Latanzio,
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga,
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga,
Mr. Turnbull,
Mr. Turnbull,
Mr. Vong,
Mr. Vong,
Monsieur Reyes,
Mr. Reyes,
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my right.
Monsieur El Khoury,
Monsieur Yakino,
Mr. Yakino,
Mr. Vancouverden,
Mr. Vancouverden,
Mr. Kellaway,
Mr. Kellaway,
Ms. Suds,
Miss Suds,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Fragascados,
Sagascados,
Mr. Chang,
Mr. Chang,
Mr. Johari,
Mr. Johari,
Monsieur Lightbound,
Mr. Lightbound,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands,
Mr. Morris,
Mr. Morris,
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbeld,
Miss Vandenbill,
Monsieur Sanson,
Mr. Sanson,
Mr. Biddle,
Mr. Biddle,
Mrs. Romanado,
Mrs. Romanado,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Ms. Sahoda,
Miss Sahota,
Mr. Varani,
Mr. Varani,
Mr. Ananda Sangari,
Mr. Ananda Sangari,
Mr. Duguid,
Mr. Duguid,
Ms. de Brusen,
Ms. de Brusen,
Monsieur Lauzon,
Monsieur Lozon,
Ms. Dillon,
Miss Dillon,
Second row on my right.
Mr. McKay,
Mr. McKay,
Mr. Scarpaleggia,
Mr. Scarpaleggia,
Madame Fortier,
Madame Fortier,
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau,
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau,
Madame Le Boutillier,
Madame Le Boutillier,
Monsieur Serré,
Monsieur Serré,
Mr. Casey,
Mr. Casey,
Mr. Desjarlais,
Mr. Desjarlais,
Ms. McPherson,
Miss McPherson,
Première rangée à ma...
First row to my right.
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Mr. Holland,
Mr. Holland,
Ms. Anand,
Miss Anand,
Monsieur Lametti,
Monsieur Lametti,
Monsieur Boissonneau,
Monsieur Boissonneau,
Ms. Jazek,
Miss Jazek,
Ms. Chagger,
Miss Chagger,
Ms. Matheson,
Miss Matheson,
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left. Cinquième.
Fifth row on my left.
Fourth row on my left.
Third row on my left.
Second row on my left. Première.
First row on my left.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui sont
All those on my right who are opposed, please rise.
Deuxième rangée.
Sixth row to my right.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my right.
Second row on my right. First row on my right. Okay. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before it resumes its proceedings.
Small has not voted.
I wish to inform the House that electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Small.
I vote yay.
Mr. Small,
I'll refund your money.
Mr. Small? Did you hear?
Mr. Small, for.
Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 319, 319. Nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Is there not another fight for this? Very good. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I'd like to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Honourable Member for Okanagan-Shuswap, the economy. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot, access to information. And the Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant, the economy.
I think Mr. Lonergan is going to get up on a point of order.
Okay. I'm going to just hand it over, then...
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in light of what happened today, in particular prior to the question period getting underway, I hope that you would find the unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that the time provided for government orders today be extended by 30 minutes.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay.
Nay.
Therefore, we don't have agreement on that. I wish to inform the House that, because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 27 minutes.
Private orders will be extended by 27 minutes.
Voila. It was extended anyway because of the vote, not because of extenuating circumstances. It's because of the vote. It's an automatic change. So. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 38.1, I have the honour to present at the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie with respect to the meetings of the Committee on Education, Communication, and Intercultural Affairs, the Young Parliamentary Network, and the Network of Women Parliamentarians of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie. Also the report of the Canadian branch of the Working Group on Reforming the APF Constitution, and the report of the Canadian branch of the APF 9th edition of the Francophone Parliament of Youth. There's still a technical problem.
Are you using the wireless system or are you using the wired up system?
Okay, we'll send
Because I think we're still having a problem. We'll send another wireless system over to the member so that he can have access to the translation there. We'll send a couple over. Okay, Bob? All right. I'll take the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Continuing.
Please resume. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was at the 9th edition of the Francophonie and the Conference of Presidency in Alberta from July 18th to 22nd. Also, the 46th annual season session of Rwanda, as well as the symposium on the APF on contested democracies from Luxembourg. Thank you very much for those reports.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts called A Just Transition to a Low-Carbon Economy.
The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
I think that was the only report from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Vuong, seconded by Mr. Reyes, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act, the Canada Student Loans Act, and the Apprentice Loans Act, interest on student loans. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Spadina for York.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill that seeks to eliminate interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans. This bill will assist Canadian students trying to obtain a post-secondary education, as well as their families. With the high cost of education, especially during high interest rates, high inflation, and soaring food costs, removing the interest on these loans will lessen the financial burden and provide students with the opportunity to obtain good-paying jobs in the future. Anything that reduces financial barriers to education and creates a better taxpayer will reap dividends for our nation. There is no better investment for our country than Canada's youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of this bill. Mr. Vuong, seconded by Mr. Reyes, proposes this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
So, first readings of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétition.
Presentation of petitions.
Member for Mission Massey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents of British Columbia who are frustrated with the mandatory vaccination requirements that were in place at Canada Post. These residents are asking the federal government to investigate Canada Post treatment of employees who refuse to attest their personal vaccination status and demand that Canada Post compensate affected employees for monetary loss pertaining to leave without pay or employment termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Presentation of petitions, and I want to make sure I get the right ones. Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Chair. These individuals that are citizens and residents of Canada are drawing the attention of the House of Commons to the following. Whereas the Liberal Party of Canada promised in its 2021 platform to deny the charitable status of organizations that have convictions about abortion, which the Liberal Party views as dishonest. This may jeopardize, they say, the charitable status of many other institutions such as hospitals and churches, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations which do amazing work in Canada and do not agree with the Liberal Party on this matter for reasons of conscience. Many Canadians depend on and benefit from charitable work done by such organizations, and the government has previously used a values test through the Summer Jobs Program, denying funding of those organizations not willing to endorse political positions of the governing party. And so they call on this government to recognize that all Canadians have a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to freedom of expression without discrimination. And they also call on this government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another values test. Thank you, Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. Petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present a petition. It's rather long, Mr. Speaker, as required by our standing orders. I will try to summarize it. It relates to the really high value and importance of old-growth forests for Canada, particularly in the context of Indigenous values, Indigenous exercise of rights under treaties, and and also connected to the Indigenous role in fighting the climate crisis. Petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to act to protect the last unprotected, intact, old-growth forests on southern Vancouver Island, specifically referencing Fairy Creek. They call on the government to work with provinces and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, to move to high-value forest initiatives in partnership with First Nations, preferencing value-added and the harvesting of second and third growth forest. And this, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners specifically also call for banning the use of whole trees for wood pellets in what's described as fairly fraudulent climate action, because it doesn't reduce emissions of carbon but does remove forests, and ban the export of raw logs, whole logs from Canada, and instead make sure they reach Canadian mills to create Canadian jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. The
honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in this House a petition signed by many individuals regarding a file that concerns many Canadians. It's the increase in international trafficking of human organs. Mr. Speaker, the House must absolutely take account of these concerns of some Canadians. Particularly, they ask the Parliament to take quick action on the bill proposed, with also on the Protection of Refugees Act, so that we can prevent Canadians from traveling abroad and receiving illegally harvested organs. There are many people who have participated in this trafficking. Thank you.
Pétition, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting 4 different petitions. The first one is a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned that certain charities could be targeted based on the views and forced into a values test. The petitioners note, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals have promised to deny charitable status to groups with views they call dishonest. They say it could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other organizations. They also note that the Liberals previously used a values test to discriminate against groups applying for the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. The petitioners ask that the House of Commons protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideological neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious views and without imposing another values test. They also ask for an affirmation of the freedom of expression as Canadians. The other petition, another petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents of Canadians across the country who want a permanent end to the vaccine and all COVID mandates. Right now, the government has only suspended some of the mandates. The petitioners note that countries around the world have removed their vaccine mandates and restrictions, and they call upon the government and the Minister of Transportation to end all federally regulated COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions. My third petition, Mr. Speaker, calls for the passing of last Parliament's bill, or S-203, and in this Parliament is now S-210. The petitioners are concerned about how easy it is for young people to access sexually explicit material online, including violent and degrading explicit material. They comment how this access is an important public health and public safety concern. Petitioners note that a significant portion of commercially accessed sexually explicit material has no age verification software. Moreover, the age verification software can ascertain the age of users without breaching their privacy rights. Petitioners note that many serious harms associated with sexually explicit material, including the development of addiction and the development of attitudes favorable to sexual violence and harassment of women. As such, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call on the House of Commons to pass legislation protecting young people. And my last petition, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering from inflation and the Liberals' carbon tax. Petitioners say that the carbon tax drives up the cost of everyday essentials, including gas, groceries, and heating, and makes life very expensive for Canadians. The Bank of Canada said that the carbon tax has increased the impact of inflation. Also, the carbon tax is an added expense to Canadians' businesses and creates economic disadvantages compared to other nations. The petitioners call for an end to the carbon tax. They want the government to control inflation and reduce its spending. Finally, they want to see pipelines and other projects approved, especially LNG projects and pipelines, getting clean, ethical Canadian energy to Tidewater and international markets to displace the fuel provided by the authoritarian regimes and dictators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have a number of petitions to present today. The first petition I am presenting today is in support of Bill S224. The folks that have signed this petition from across Canada are concerned about international forced organ harvesting that happens around the world. They are calling on the Government of Canada to ensure that Canadians can't go abroad to get organs that have been harvested around the world, and also to ensure that financial transactions that happen would be rendered inadmissible in Canada to all permanent residents and foreign nationals who have participated in this. It's kind of a sanction, and so that's the first petition I have to present today, Mr. Chair. The next petition I have is also in a similar vein. Petitioners from across Canada are calling on the Government of Canada to eradicate the use of forced organ harvesting against the practitioners of Falun Gong. There is an estimated 60 to 100,000 transplants that happen in the Chinese hospitals since the year 2000, and hundreds of Falun Gong practitioners have been murdered for their organs over the last 15 years. Both the U.S. and this petition recognizes that both the U.S. House of Representatives and European Parliament have passed resolutions condemning this and calling for an end to China's systematic organ harvesting and state-sanctioned organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience, including Falun Gong. And in 2015, Canada, they note that Canada's International Human Rights Committee unanimously adopted a similar motion. Now, since the May of 2015, the petitioners note that the Chinese citizens have filed criminal complaints against the former Communist Party leader and who orchestrated the persecution of the Falun Gong, and they are calling on the Government of Canada to establish measures to stop the Chinese mass murder of innocent people for their organs, including but not limited to introducing Canadian legislation to ban organ tourism and to criminalize those involved, and to take every opportunity to call for an end to this terrible act of persecution against the Falun Gong. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from folks from across Canada who are concerned about the use or the ease of access to sexually explicit material to young people. There's a significant concern that sexually explicit material is being targeted towards children, giving porn companies full access to children. They're calling on the government to ensure that sexually explicit material for a commercial purpose be mandated to have effective age verification methods. They're calling on this. They're saying that the UN Declarations on the Rights of the Children ensure that, or states that children should be free from sexual harassment and violence and pornography use as well. They also note that prolonged pornography use leads to increases in sexual harassment, sexual violence, and particularly against young women. The petitioners are calling for, in this petition, an online verification requirement. This was a recommendation made by stakeholders during a 2017 study before the Standing Committee on Health, and they're calling for the Government of Canada to adopt quickly Bill S210, the Protecting of Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The next petition I have, Mr. Chair, comes from Canadians from across Canada who would like a review conducted by the National Advisory Committee on Immunization found no regarding no information regarding the transmission of COVID on airplanes, and they also note that the WestJet's Chief Medical Officer, Tammy McKnight, noted that the transmission on board Canadian aircraft was minimal. There was no known cases, not minimal. It was no known cases. They also note that an International Air Transport Association study found that out of 1.2 billion air traffic passengers, there were only 44 cases of COVID-19 reported to in-flight transmission, and the countries around the world have removed their vaccine mandates and restrictions, and they're calling on the Government of Canada to abolish vaccine mandates rather than just suspending them, and abolish all COVID vaccine mandates and restrictions. And so that is what the petitioners of this particular petition are stating. The next petition, Mr. Chair, comes from Canadians from across Canada who are concerned about the health and safety of firearms owners and users in this country. The highly damaging noise levels have repeatedly reached the ears of firearms users despite traditional hearing protections, and that Section 7 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms recognizes an individual's right to health and safety. The use of sound moderators is the only universally recognized health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in Canada, and we're the only country, only one of the G6 countries around the world that fails to recognize the health and safety benefits of the use of sound moderators by hunters and sport shooters. This was affirmed in the Bedford versus Canada case, that one cannot take reasonable steps to improve the personal safety. It also states that sound moderators reduce noise pollution and noise complaints within communities close to shooting ranges, in rural and farming communities, and in areas for recreational activities where hunting and sport shooting are legal, target shooting as well. The use of sound moderators significantly increases the humane husbandry of game animals, livestock, and pets as hunting companions, and that hearing damage is a significant loss to the quality of life. The public health issue costing taxpayers millions and millions of dollars. So that's what the petitioners are presenting in this one. I thank you very much for your time, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time for petitions today. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And I believe... point of l'ordre. L'honorable député.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to interrupt this, but an interpreter has said that because we don't have the usual devices, the interpreter has said that if there are too many people who speak at the same time, then she can't hear the person actually speaking. And so I would just like to point that out to you. So if people could perhaps be calmer and not speak when they're not recognized. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for that notice from the interpreters. When we have problems, it is always difficult to find other solutions. So the solution here is to please not speak if you are not recognized, and so please keep it down in the House. Thank you very much.
Production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be also allowed to stand, please.
Okay, thank you. Orders of the day. I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Government House Leader.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that in relation to Bill C-9, an act to amend the Judges Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading of stage of the bill. And, Mr. Speaker, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted for the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before this House shall be interrupted. If required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill should be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Holland, appuyé par Monsieur Lametti, propose
Mr. Holland moved by
to amend the Judges Act. Not more than one further sitting day be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted. If required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use the raise hand function so the chair can have some idea of members who wish to participate in the question period. All right. There you go. All right. Well, we'll commence. We'll start with n'importe qui. C'est mon choix.
Anyone? It's my choice.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the irony today, as we're debating now on Bill C-9, we're seeing the government invoking closure. And the irony that this legislation could have already been in place had we not had an unnecessary pandemic election. It most certainly would have been in place. But while the minister is here, I want to ask a question related to our justice system, and that is around the recent Supreme Court ruling dealing with consecutive periods of parole ineligibility. There's many victims and their families that have spoken out about this, about the need to respond to the ruling that values each and every life that is taken when there is a case of mass murder in Canada. These cases are rare, but they do happen. Victims' families have said they do not want to go through the burden and the re-traumatization that is involved with parole hearings. Charlene Bosma appeared at our Justice Committee and spoke eloquently about how she was grateful that her daughter would not have to attend parole hearings to keep her father's killer behind bars where he belongs, having killed 3 individuals. So I'd ask the minister if he is consulted with victims' families on a possible government response to this very unfortunate ruling.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member from Fundy Royal and my critic for his question. It's an important one, and obviously our hearts go out to the Bosmas, to the victims of the Quebec City Mosque massacre and others who have been impacted by this ruling by the Supreme Court. I remind the honourable member that as Attorney General, we defended the previous legislation in front of the Supreme Court, allowing judges the discretion to have consecutive sentences, and building our argument upon that. That argument was rejected, Mr. Speaker. Not that the sentencing was changed. These people are still serving consecutive sentences. But what the court has added is that there is a possibility of parole at various points in time. And I would just remind the House that eligibility for parole is not the same as parole. And that it is a life sentence is a long time, and a parole hearing after. Yes, it's still there, and I know that has a negative impact on the families if they choose to come and testify again. But, Mr. Speaker, it was a 9-0 decision. It was a serious statement by the Supreme Court of Canada. We'll work with victims to support them. We have recently appointed a new ombudsperson to help, although the office remained open during the period of time in which we were searching for that role. And I think we can move forward, Mr. Speaker, supporting victims, but recognizing the very clear ruling of the Supreme Court.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice for being here. Very recently, the Canadian Judicial Council implored on this House to pass Bill C-9, amendments to the Judges Act. I'm wondering if the Minister could outline the need for this act, the urgency, and why we're delaying the passage of this act, given that we've had a number of days of debate on this bill.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for all the work that he does in helping to support me in my role as Minister of Justice, but also all colleagues through the Justice Committee and his interactions with colleagues, which I think colleagues on the other side of the House will unanimously say is positive. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank him. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about judges maintaining their independence, but also maintaining the ability to discipline themselves in cases where the behavior of a judge will bring the administration of justice into disrepute. The legislation itself was 50 years old. It was taken on by the Canadian Judicial Council, so the council of all the Chief Justices of federally appointed courts across Canada, and reformed. And a process was created which was not only fair in terms of hearing all sides, but also streamlined in terms of its appeal routes, so that, as we had seen very recently, a case where a judge fought tooth and nail, sought judicial review at every step of the way, cost a lot of money, cost a lot of time, and then before this House had the opportunity to censure that judge, he resigned with his pension. So we have, Mr. Speaker, a more streamlined process, a fair process, one with clear routes of appeal, designed by justices who, quite frankly, were I think, fed up with that their reputation was being brought into disrepute. So we've got a better system, a less costly system, and a fairer system, Mr. Speaker, and for that reason it's important. It was in front of the Senate in the previous Parliament. They made some minor changes to the bill, technical changes which are very acceptable and have now taken their place in the new iteration of the bill. It's long overdue. The justices want it. The Canadian Judicial Council asked us to, again, this fall to get it going, and so here we are.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and to the Honourable Minister for Justice, I'm restricting my comments right now to the issue of time allocation. I will oppose time allocation on every instance unless the circumstances are truly exigent. What we saw happen, I first served in this place when Stephen Harper's government had a majority, and for the first time in parliamentary history, closure motions such as this became routine. We lamented it at the time. At the time, the Liberal third-party members, the NDP, we all lamented and opposed the fact that we'd gone from, I think at one point I counted up, we'd had more closure motions in the last 40 days than in the previous 40 years, and we kept counting them up, how egregious this was. I will oppose closure motions, except in a case where we see Canadians are desperate for financial help, we're slowing something down. This bill is very much needed. The case of the judge that was just referred to by the Honourable Justice Minister, someone who 2 weeks before being appointed to the bench was caught on video buying cocaine. This is not someone we want on the bench, but the current state of the rights of a judge to keep going through appeals lasts a long time. I agree, it's egregious. The bill should be passed, but not at the cost of our democracy.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for her question and her passion and her principle, and it's a principle I agree with. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when there isn't the level of cooperation needed in the House on a variety of different bills, and in order to better serve Canadians, we need to set limits on debate. When debate becomes just repeating the same thing over and over again on a variety of different bills, when the opposition is opposing simply to oppose as opposed to be constructive, then we're here using time allocation as a mechanism. I don't like it either, Mr. Speaker. On the other hand, I see the need to get this bill done. Chief Justice has come out publicly, other Chief Justices, and we saw the time and cost that was involved in that case that the honourable member referred to. It is something that I think all of us will agree on, or most of us will agree on, and that we ought to pass quickly. And, Mr. Speaker, I implore our colleagues to do just that.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I want to pick up on what my colleague from Fundy Royal asked the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. He was talking about the decision with respect to parole ineligibility and whether that should be consecutive or concurrent at 25 years. And the Minister of Justice, from what I could surmise, was essentially saying, look, we're not going to be enacting legislation to respond to that court decision. That is disappointing. So my question is this. Would the Minister of Justice then support legislation to perhaps extend the time between parole hearings? Because this is something that people like Ms. Bosma have talked about as victimizing or re-victimizing them in the process. Will the Minister of Justice support perhaps extending the parole, the period between parole eligibility or between parole hearings from 2 years for those serving life imprisonment to perhaps 5 years?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank the Honourable Member for his question and his work on the Justice Committee and on justice issues generally. And I recognize the sincere place from which this question comes, Mr. Speaker. I have always said, I've said publicly, I'm never closed to a good idea. That being said, the margin of maneuver in a 9-0 Supreme Court of Canada decision, which is very clear, is pretty minimal. And so there's a lot of needles that would have to be threaded in order for that kind of proposition to be possible.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to reflect on the issue of the need for time allocation. Often what we find, Mr. Speaker, and earlier today, for example, I tried to get unanimous consent to have an additional 30 minutes. We've seen the government approach opposition to be able to have literally hours and hours and hours of additional debate where it's been rejected. And what we find ourselves into is that unless you are prepared to bring in time allocation as an opposition, if the opposition does not want to pass legislation, they just got to put up speakers indefinitely. In other words, give no indication that they'll actually pass the legislation. So unfortunately, at times, without using the tool of time allocation, legislation would not pass. And that's what we have been seeing over the last number of years. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts in that respect.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'm not always privy to the same information that the House leaders or parliamentary secretaries to the House leaders are privy to. What I can say is in my previous life, I was a university professor, and we had debates around the table in a variety of different contexts, whether it be the classroom or a seminar or a faculty council. And we often would say to each other, well, don't repeat what someone else has said. Just say, add what you have to say, add what is new, add what is different, give a gloss. But if you're just agreeing with someone, just say, I agree with X or Y. And we don't do that often enough in this House, Mr. Speaker, and the phenomena that the Honourable Member points to is real, where people get up and repeat the same, often pre-written speeches over and over and over again. And that leads us to a point where we're not serving Canadians anymore. We're not adding. That's not debate, Mr. Speaker, in any sense of the word. That's just talking, and it's talking meaninglessly, in a sense, because someone else has already, not saying that the words aren't meaningful, but someone else has already said it, and it's already been recorded into the Hansard. And so we're here today because that has happened far too often, and all sides are guilty of it, but in particular in this case, opposition often uses this as a tactic simply to slow things down for the purpose of slowing things down. And so it's frustrating. It's frustrating for Canadians who expect us. It's frustrating for judges who would like to see them be able to take their house in order in terms of their own discipline and having to wait longer than they should for a bill which ought, Mr. Speaker, to be fairly straightforward.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we have seen this government mismanage their legislative agenda and then impose time allocation, citing urgency. You know, they waited almost a year before they reintroduced this piece of legislation into this Parliament. And I just wonder, why is this government so intent on limiting scrutiny of their legislation and giving parliamentarians the chance to honestly debate something that is so important? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question. For the record on this bill, we actually had introduced it in the Senate, as we had done in the previous Parliament, because we thought that was an appropriate place in order to manage our time efficiently. But we had a ruling from the Speaker that it had to be introduced here because of the financial impact that it might have. So that explains the delay. We had actually tried to introduce it in the other place before we introduced it here. That being said, we use both houses as best we can, and I certainly, as a minister, try to use both houses and try to get legislation through as fast as I can. And, Mr. Speaker, I think as a minister, I do my best to make sure that I have dialogue with my colleagues across the way in order that we do get legislation through more quickly. And I think my colleagues across the way have responded positively on a number of different occasions. And we've come together in this House precisely to pass legislation in the criminal law sphere that is important to Canadians. So as a minister, I'm doing my best to work with the opposition. Some days we run out of time.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Minister. Since we're talking about the amendments to the Judges Act, I do want to comment, Mr. Speaker, and put on the record the number of people who've given me feedback on the appointment of exceptional judges over the past couple of years, and I want to congratulate the Minister on his hard work to make sure that our bench represents the breadth of Canada, and it's been something that I think that's been noticed across Canada. And on that point, as we have new judges that are appointed, I think it'll be important to have the Judges Act that is modernized and that reflects, I think, the general consensus that's been built amongst the judiciary, including the Canadian Judicial Council. I'm wondering if the Minister could comment on that.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member again for his question. The quality of appointments, the diversity of appointments is an important part of the picture. This piece of legislation is an important part of the picture because it reinforces the principle of judicial independence. It reinforces the principle of judicial responsibility in terms of that management and maintenance of high standards, which helps the administration of justice and the confidence that Canadians have in the justice system. I would also add, too, that we have added as a government, based on a private member's bill from across the way at the time, from Rona Ambrose, the former member of Parliament here and former interim leader of the Conservative Party, to better train judges at the outset so that they will be better judges when cases come before them. When you put all that together, Mr. Speaker, I think we're putting together a justice system which not only reflects the diversity of Canada, but also reflects the quality and the competence of Canadians and gives us better justice.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to challenge the fact that we are doing this today. And, you know, the member mentioned the fact that people stand up and repeat and repeat and repeat. I think it's really important to me to have that opportunity to represent my constituents in this place and to have the opportunity to speak on issues that are important to me and to them, regardless of who else has spoken on it already. Quite often in this House, different people are in the room at different times, and it's an opportunity to continue that conversation. And as well, you know, this rush that the government seems to find itself in so often because of mismanagement of its programs. And an example would be, you know, their decision on COVID wage support. They came up with a percentage, and we worked hard to convince them this wasn't going to be effective enough. And we had to turn around and come back to this place and go through the motions again because of a change there. And also providing loans through the banks. They did not include the credit unions as a means of doing that. And it took time for our constituents and those credit unions to bring that to the forefront, and that's why we needed to continue on to ensure that things were being handled in ways that's our responsibility in this place. So just wondering what his views would be on the fact that these are things that the opposition needs to have that opportunity to do.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and again, I appreciate the sincerity, the very sincere place whence the question comes. When those kinds of suggestions are being made, Mr. Speaker, when those kinds, whether it's here in this House or whether it's in committee, when that kind of constructive dialogue that makes legislation better is the subject matter of debate, I'm all for it. But when debate is simply done, when procedural shenanigans are added simply for the purpose of slowing down the passage of legislation only to slow it down, when it's no longer the case that bettering the bill or furthering debate is the point of the exercise, then it's time, I think, to have a vote and move on, Mr. Speaker. We're not serving Canadians by just putting sand in the machinery, sand in the cogs. We're serving Canadians when we're trying to better pieces of legislation, when we're playing our various roles as parliamentarians. So I agree with the honourable member if that's the sentiment, but far too often, Mr. Speaker, that's not the sentiment from the other side. It's merely shut-down tactics to try to slow or stop the government from moving forward.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a rare opportunity to speak on this kind of motion to follow up on something the minister has said. I think we all agree that we'd like to see the smoother operation of this place. I have had the honor to work in and around Parliament Hill for a number of decades, and we used to have more cooperation between House leaders. We used to have better scheduling for debate so that bills about which there's virtual unanimous support, such as on C9, didn't need to have all those repetitive speeches. And I put to the honourable member, as I have before in this place, the solution is not closure motions, but to fully use the rules of Westminster parliamentary democracy and not allow the reading of speeches, which will then have a very salutary effect on the number of members who are prepared to stand up and speak to an issue. They have to know it well enough to speak without reading a written speech, and especially not a written speech prepared by somebody else. And I would urge the honourable minister and all members of the front bench of this government to strongly consider working with the Speaker and other House leaders to find ways for this place to work better through cooperation and respect for our rules.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for her question. And I share the sentiment. In fact, she's inspired me to try to use speaking notes less over the course of my career here. And I'm not perfect, Mr. Speaker, but I do my best to speak without the aid of notes when I can, and to give my own thoughts when I can. It's sometimes a little more difficult when the matter is a technical one, and I have to rely on some of the legal expertise that exists either in my department or in my ministry. But I think she's correct. Mr. Speaker, if I could reflect quickly for a moment, when I was a graduate student in the UK, I often went to see parliamentary debates, particularly in the House of Lords, of all places, in the UK, and the quality of debate was simply so much better. And I think it is in large measure because of what the honourable member has been speaking about. There was very little speaking from notes.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, we often get caught up in terms of what's taking place inside the chamber. Outside the chamber, you can talk about the Judicial Council of Canada, and there's an expectation that's outside the House of Commons that this legislation is something that they're quite anxious to see pass, Mr. Speaker. So you talk about stakeholders, and all we're really looking at is trying to get it out of the second reading stage. So there's still going to be a lot more dialogue on this, and no doubt what a lot of the stakeholders think, Mr. Speaker, is why, when it looks like there's fairly wide spectrum of support for the legislation, not get it to the committee stage at the very least as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with that point. Just to list some of the groups that were consulted by the Canadian Judicial Council, the Canadian Bar Association, the Federation of Law Societies, Canadian Council of Law Deans. But he's absolutely right. This will go to committee, and others will be able, all sides will be able to bring witnesses to see if anything was missed. Hopefully it will be done fairly expeditiously because, again, I think there's a high level of general agreement on this bill. But it is something that the judges in particular feel the need to pass quickly, and they've implored us to do it. They came out in September formally in a press release and said they wanted us to pass this quickly. And it's because when one member of the judiciary gets criticized for behavior that is not becoming of a judge and that brings the system of justice into disrepute, they all feel it, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important that they exercise this responsibility and create a better system to better manage themselves and hold themselves to the highest standard. And it's important for us, therefore, to react to that and enact something which hasn't been, which was originally enacted 50 years ago, and reform to it is long overdue.
And we have 5 minutes left in the debate. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's obvious the minister is looking for another party to support closure. He's not going to get it from us, and historically the NDP have been opposed to closure. So which party does he expect to vote with their party in order to get this through?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for a question. I usually leave those sorts of things to our House leaders to discuss amongst themselves. I'm here, Mr. Speaker, today because this bill needs to get through. We need to get it to committee so that if there are other improvements that can be made, they can be made. And as I had said, we had the absolutely horrific case of a judge who was caught purchasing cocaine before a couple of weeks before he was to be sworn in, and then when the time came that the judges took action against him, he used every single lateral procedural move that he could, extended the case out over a period of years, cost the taxpayer a whole lot of money. What we're trying to do is make the system not only more just and fair, but also more efficient in order that it doesn't bring the whole system of justice into disrepute.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for standing up in defense of law and order in the House. And when we think of what the Minister has done in terms of jury reform and in terms of diversity on jury panels, as well as supporting judges so that they can do their work effectively, the country relies on the House of Commons to provide guidance and direction so that our law and order system is effective. And when we delay things, it really has consequences. And I know the Minister's talked about the consequences, but how important it is for us as parliamentarians, regardless of the party, to support law and order in our country.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the Honourable Member for his question. And again, I salute the sincere place that question comes from. It's important that we do our best, and I've already mentioned that there's been a large degree of agreement on a lot of the things that we have brought forward on the justice agenda, both from the Conservative Party, from the NDP, from the Bloc Québécois, and from the Greens. So, and I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. One of the most formative experiences in my life was precisely clerking for a judge at the Supreme Court of Canada, and that person remains, Justice Peter Corey, remains one of my touchstones every day in terms of how I conduct myself and what I aspire to. And I think that is the kind of inspiration that should push all of us, I hope, towards passing this kind of legislation. People will tell you that Justice Corey was the most ethical human being who ever walked this earth, and I agree with that. And if this legislation in any way, shape, or form helps us to have more Peter Coreys out there, then I think the world is a better place.
We're under 2 minutes left in the debate. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just happened to be one of the members that was cut off from speaking on this bill. It happened to me the other day with the programming motion as well, so I'm a little perturbed because I had a question regarding an article in the Vancouver Sun today that I wanted to discuss in my debate, and that was that the residents of Vancouver feel that their streets are becoming lawless and that repeat offenders are having a major impact on property crime in the province of British Columbia. In fact, at the recent breakfast town hall hosted by the chief of the Abbotsford Police, they talked about the problem dealing with repeat offenders, and I just hope the Justice Minister might be able to comment on that and the need to address repeat offenders and hopefully do something to keep our streets and communities safe in BC, because people don't feel that way right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for the question and the place from which it comes. I was at a Justice Minister's FPT last week. Minister Rankin from British Columbia brought this issue forward. All the Justice Ministers agreed that we would immediately put that question to committee to look at the question of repeat offenders and what we could do. That's on the record. We said that publicly. So I appreciate the seriousness of the question. I appreciate the seriousness of the situation, and I will work with people in this House, but also my provincial and territorial counterparts in order to hopefully find a better way forward.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion that is now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Lametti, move that in relation to Bill C-9, may I dispense? Okay. An act to amend the Judges Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, yes.
Thank you. Call in the members.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to Bill C9, an act to amend the Judges Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and que 15 minutes avant l'expiration
That 15 minutes before the expiry of time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if...
Thank you. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votent.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpoleggia.
Mr. Scarpoleggia.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer. Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period is now over. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Larouche.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Madame Larouche, contre, against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Mrs. Thomas had her hand raised briefly, but
there's nothing there.
Gone away.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion carried.
No, it can't be.
It being 6:05 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, affaire d'amenant des députés.
Private members' business. Beginning debate on motion M62, Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in the name of Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi, seconded by Ms. Bendayan, moves that given the motion adopted unanimously by the House on February 22, 2021, recognizing that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, in the opinion of the House, the government should A. Recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims that have fled to third countries face pressure and intimidation by the Chinese state to return to China, where they face the serious risk of mass arbitrary detention, mass arbitrary separation of children from their parents, forced sterilization, forced labor, torture, and other atrocities.
Recognize that many of these third countries face continued diplomatic and economic pressure from the People's Republic of China to detain and deport Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, leaving them without a safe haven in the world. C. Urgently leverage Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada's Refugee and Humanitarian Resettlement Program to expedite the entry of 10,000 Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in need of protection over 2 years starting in 2024 into Canada. And D. Table in the House within 120 sitting days following the adoption of this motion a report on how the refugee resettlement plan will be implemented. Debate. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds, Dollard.
Madame la Présidente, je suis très...
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to be here with all members here in the House today. I'd also like to point out that we are gathered on the unceded Algonquin territory.
An important program that is within M62, a motion to welcome 10,000 Uyghur who are facing genocide within China right now at this moment in time. My voice is gone, but my strength is not, and I do have a negative COVID test. In terms of this motion, what this motion calls for is for the Government of Canada, as I mentioned, to resettle 10,000 Uyghur as of 2024 from third countries. Why third countries? Because we cannot welcome, unfortunately, Uyghur who are currently undergoing the genocide within China, but we can provide safe haven for vulnerable Uyghur within third countries. These third countries primarily include countries from the North Africa and from the Arab world, but not exclusively. There are several other countries where Uyghur people are living and are present. We've heard a lot of testimony from survivors within committees, within the Subcommittee of International Human Rights. We heard in the past horrifying, nightmarish stories of people being abused in unspeakable ways, women being violated, men too. We heard about forced labor, over 1 million people currently in forced labor camps. We heard about children in the numbers of hundreds of thousands being separated from their families, when they should be in the care of their moms and dads. We know that 20% of China's cotton, or I should say 20% of the world's cotton, is produced in China, likely tainted for forced labor. We know that 35% of tomato products are also tainted by forced labor because they come from Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. We know that 45% of polyurethane, which is the base material for solar panels as the world tries to go green, is also tainted from forced labor. This is wholly and entirely unacceptable. This is something that we as a country and as a human family must stand up against. We had a motion from the benches opposite in February 2021 that called on this House to recognize that a genocide is in fact occurring. Thankfully, this House voted unanimously, spoke with one voice on that matter. Not a single person voted against it. We unanimously voted to recognize that a genocide is in fact occurring towards the Uyghur people. In terms of this issue is not a partisan issue. And for those who make it such, shame on you. Shame on you. You know who you are. This is an issue about people who are dying, who are being violated, and who are being mistreated. This we said after World War II would not happen again. After Bosnia and Yugoslavia, we also reconfirmed that intent. After what happened to Rwanda, we did the same, and the Rohingya again. But now we know that a genocide is occurring. What are we going to do? We heard the reports, we know the reports, many of us have read the reports of over 50 pages long from Michelle Bachelet, the former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. She said that these allegations of the Uyghur people are well-founded. They are well-founded, and they also may amount to international crimes, including crimes against humanity. These are high crimes in international law, as is genocide. The international community in 2005 said that these types of international crimes must be prevented, and therefore each and every country has a responsibility to protect. When they see crimes against humanity occurring, or the threat of them occurring, genocide occurring, or the threat of genocide occurring, then we as a human family, as a collection of countries, and us as Canada, all have a responsibility to protect. And so our responsibility is engaged, and we must act. One way in which we can answer this is by voting for this program to welcome 10,000 Uyghur here in Canada. We have a proud tradition in our country of welcoming refugees and asylum seekers. This is a proud Canadian tradition. This program will not halt the genocide. It will put a slight dent in it. This program will not answer our obligation, the responsibility to protect. It will in part answer it. But this is something that speaks to our tradition. This is something we can do, should do, must do. We have, in the past, welcomed many different types of people fleeing for their lives from genocides, from crimes against humanity. Recently, we can think of the Yazidis, Syrians, Afghans. We can think of Hong Kongers. we created some special pathways. We can do this now again today. Just some facts about the Uyghur people. Who are they? We hear the term, but we don't know who they are. Like all people, they're a proud people. They live in the western part of China. The western part of China, what they have traditionally called East Turkestan, what we know in international law is Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Xinjiang has a particular meaning. It has a particular meaning which means new frontier in Han. In the tongue of the majority of people within China. It means new frontier. It's approximately, as I mentioned, 1/6 the landmass of China. It also has many vast deserts and mountains. It historically has been part of the ancient Silk Road trade route that connected China, that allowed for trade to occur to Europe and the Middle East. That trade route is again being revived, but with a modern update, right? With highways and free flow of goods. That's why the supply chain issue is a big question. But the current Belt and Road Initiative runs through Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. As I mentioned earlier, 20% of the world's cotton is produced there. That's 80% of China's cotton actually is coming from the region. I'll repeat that for all of you who buy cotton. 80% of Chinese cotton comes from Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Again, 35% of tomato products, pasta and pizza. I love pasta and pizza. Contrary to public first impression, actually I'm 1/4 Italian, 1/4 Sicilian. I joke sometimes my color comes from my Sicilian side. Bad joke, but I pull it sometimes. We know that solar panels, approximately 45% of 45% of the base material of solar panels comes from that region. Also, minerals such as gold, silver, zinc come from there. It's very mineral rich. There has been atomic testing also in the region since 1960s. So in addition to all of the horrors that we heard, these things are occurring. These horrors are real. So real, as I mentioned, that the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, said that these crimes, these allegations are well-founded. Now, thankfully, in addition to my motion, we had a preview this week in the House when we were discussing and we voted on a concur the Immigration Committee's report, which called for immigration. But that report, unfortunately or fortunately, did not specify something. That report, we all unanimously again this week said we should create special immigration measures for Uyghur people and other Turkic minorities, but we did not specify what those measures should be. This motion does exactly, it completes what happened earlier this week, where we said, let's do this, and this motion says how. This motion is precise, it's specific, it's time-bound. It's what we need. In addition to this, though, thankfully, we have a number of initiatives in this House, which I would like all to see them all pass and all be made into law. First off is Bill S-211, which is around forced labor. Very important bill. Thankfully, our Foreign Affairs Minister has said that we support it. She said that recently in August when replying to Michelle Bachelet's report that there may be crimes against humanity occurring within the region. So already our Foreign Affairs Minister has said such. Thankfully, this initiative started in the Senate and now is in this House, is then actually in committee, heading to committee. We also have a second initiative around organ harvesting, Bill S-223, which is also an important piece of legislation. And organ harvesting does occur within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, not exclusively there. It also, we know, Falun Gong, Falun Dafa have been subject to this in the past. It's well documented. So these are a number of initiatives that are in progress and happening right now. Initiatives that we should be all supporting. Our government has done a handful of things. We have implemented mandatory sanctions against 4 individuals and 1 entity that are active and responsible for these crimes. This was done in advance of the genocide motion. That was February 2021. We also have a number of advisory opinions for companies operating within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. And myself as an advocate, I'd like always to see that strengthened, and that must be strengthened through Bill S-211. I would like to highlight something here. While we are speaking squarely about crimes against humanity and genocide that is occurring within China, we need to be careful to not fall into unconscious bias around Asians, around Chinese people. That's very important as we advocate clearly and unambiguously to not fall into that. At the end, I personally have, on this issue, no qualms if and when the government of China stops doing what they're doing. I personally would not speak on this issue if and when they do stop doing what they're doing. But until then, I and all of us must speak on this issue. In the remaining 2 minutes, I'd like to impress upon this House how we're united, actually, behind my motion. I want to share something. First off, my seconder is Rachel Bendayan, a colleague of mine in the benches. Madam Speaker, my apologies.
We cannot use names in the House, as the member knows.
Delete. Member from Outrebeau. I'd also like to highlight, though, that we have members from every party here represented in endorsing this motion by jointly seconding. From the benches opposite, we have the former leader of the Conservative Party from Durham. We have a friend and colleague of mine who is very active on the Uyghur file from Sherwood Park. We have the member from Sherwood Park, I should say. We have also the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. We have the leader of the House Leader of the Green Party. We have the immigration critic from the Bloc Québécois, the immigration critic from the NDP, and the foreign affairs critic from the NDP. Another member from the Bloc, from Monterville. From my own party, we have the former foreign affairs minister, who also has jointly seconded this motion. We have other former ministers, such as a former immigration minister who's jointly seconded. And so there's broad support in this House from across the aisle, from throughout this House. So what I ask and say is that I ask that we stay united and put aside partisanship, stay united in seeing that this motion passes and happens. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouche, Fraser-Ruquet.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Pierrefonds Dollard for his the motion he's bringing forward to Parliament today. I think it's a good motion. Indeed, the Conservative Party of Canada stood forward in that unanimous consent motion, and we also put forward another opposition motion in the House of Commons as well on this very subject. The member opposite spoke frequently about not making this a partisan issue, so I'd like to ask him a very concrete question. On some of those votes, and even on the concurrence motion we voted on this week, there was an abstention from the government members of the Liberal Party. What can we do to convince the Government of Canada to stand with Parliament in opposing the Uyghur genocide taking place in China right now? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
I'd like to thank the member for this question. This is an important question, actually. And we are politicians. We know that conversation, dialogue is important. in what we are doing. And so that's what I am doing. I personally am having robust conversation. I encourage you to do so also. And I say that when we do so, let's do so in order to win people, right? To open up people's hearts so that they can see whether the merit of what we are pleading. And so if we approach things with that in mind, in order to have people, allow people to come and join us, I expect that they will. I'm confident, though, that this will happen with hopefully all of us. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to the speech of the member for Pierrefonds Dollard. He is very involved, and we know that many people in this House have been involved in this issue of the Uyghurs for a long time. It is unfortunate because Parliament is not necessarily speaking with one voice. My Conservative member just mentioned the Conservative motion. It was amended by the Bloc, and then there was abstention by the government. And it's difficult to fight something if we can't actually identify it. You have to call things by their real name. A genocide is a genocide. I'm coming to my question. The question is simple. Yes, we have to speak in one voice here, but when will that happen here in this Parliament? That's my question. The member for Pierrefonds Dollard. I would like to thank the Bloc member for his question. I hope that we want to speak with one voice. I'm not sure whether it will happen yet. I don't know that, but I hope we will. Right now, I think that we're on the right track. There are many members who are joint seconders of the motion, including members from all of the parties here in this House. So I hope that we will continue in this vein through to the end. There's time for a last question. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Pierrefonds Dollard for his motion, his speech, and for his involvement in the issue of the Uyghurs. It is very important to us, too, in the NDP, and of course, we support this measure. We have to stand up for human rights, and we have to denounce the genocide of the Uyghurs and the forced labor that they are subjected to. But I would like to know, so if Parliament speaks in one voice, or almost, what would he like to see the government do? The member for Pierrefonds Dollard. I tabled this motion in the hopes that the government will support it.
And believe that it will happen. As somebody who was an activist in the past, I believe that everything is possible with effort.
Absolutely. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the sponsor of this motion. And thank you to everybody who's joining us here for this debate. I know there are many people present in the precinct and also following along online. And I have the honor of being the co-chair, along with my friend, the mover of this motion, of the Parliamentary Friends of the Uyghurs Group. And that's one of many reasons why I am proud to speak in support of Motion 62 and express the support of the Conservative Party for this motion. I do expect when it comes to a vote, we will be able to speak united and with one voice. Madam Speaker, I also think there's a critically important role for the official opposition. That is to support the government in the areas that we agree, and also to challenge the government when there are gaps in the response. Madam Speaker, this issue is deeply personal for me. It's not hard to tell that I'm not of Uyghur background myself, but my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. She was a Jewish child who grew up in Germany, who hid out, who many of her family members were killed. And so I was very much raised with this awareness of the grievous injustice that had been visited upon her extended family.
Now, she was in a position as a vulnerable child, member of a persecuted minority, where she was not able to speak out about her own situation. But she survived the war because people who had a voice, who had an opportunity to speak, had the courage to speak out against what was happening, the injustices that were happening. I have a big portrait on the wall in my office of Blessed Clemens von Galen, who is the Archbishop of the Munster area in Germany, where she was, and a bold, fearless critic of the Nazis, someone who had a position of privilege within that society and used his position to speak out against injustice. Madam Speaker, a couple of years ago, my sister and I took a trip to Berlin, and we were looking at the sites of deportations. And what strikes you as a Canadian when you go to Europe, you realize kind of how much closer everything is together. We're used to these wide open spaces, right? And so we were seeing these places where Jews were being, these streets through which Jews were being kind of brought to a train station where they're being sent away. And what struck me was you see these apartment buildings. You see these apartment buildings that are close by where people, everyday Germans, would have been living. And would have been able to look down and see their former neighbors, people from their community, be pushed and herded away to their deaths. And when I was there with my sister, we talked about this, and I thought, what were these people thinking? These people who could see what was going on, and perhaps had a mix of different perspectives, perhaps knew it was wrong, but were afraid in some way of the consequences of speaking out for truth and justice. But what were they thinking? Why didn't they do more? At the end of the Second World War, we made a promise to my grandmother's generation: never again would we allow people to be slaughtered because of their ethnic or religious background. We would do everything possible to make genocide a crime and stop it everywhere. And yet, in the 7 years I've spent as a member of Parliament, we have recognized and responded to not one but multiple different cases of ongoing genocide. It is clear that we have failed to deliver on the promise that we made to my grandmother's generation. And I think about those apartment buildings, people that could see the injustice that was happening in front of them. But today, we have satellite imagery. We don't need to be in apartment buildings and directly above what's happening. We can see the photographs. We can look at the numbers, the precipitous drop in birth rates as a result of forced abortion, forced sterilization, and systemic sexual violence targeting the Uyghur community. So I owe it to my grandmother and to those like her to use the voice that I have now to speak out against contemporary injustices and to recognize the failure to live up to that promise of never again, and to do all we can to respond. Madam Speaker, the first step should be a recognition of the crime of genocide. Because in that history of jurisprudence following the Second World War, we tried to establish this crime of genocide, and then establish this responsibility to protect, that nations, individual nations who are a party to the Genocide Convention, have an obligation, not just an obligation when there's conclusive proof of genocide, but they have an obligation when there is evidence that genocide may be occurring. Now, those obligations exist for individual states who are parties to that convention. Those obligations don't depend on whether some international body determines it to be a genocide. Those obligations are for individual states who are signatories to the Genocide Convention. Canada is a signatory. Canada has obligations. And we have a responsibility to act to protect when we see a genocide happening or when there is evidence to suggest there may be a genocide happening. This testimony was clearly given by former Justice Minister Irwin Cotler at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights when we studied this question. And he made clear in his testimony that not one but all 5 of the possible conditions of the Genocide Convention had likely been transgressed in the case of Uyghurs. The evidence was clear then. The evidence is more clear now even than it was then. When this Parliament first voted on the question of genocide recognition, it was before some of the new information that has come out since, various other tribunals that have made all the more clear the situation we're in. And the problem is that since nations have recognized they have an obligation to respond to genocide, they have an obligation to protect in cases of genocide, those same nations have become reluctant to acknowledge that a genocide is taking place. Because when you acknowledge a genocide is happening, then you are legally obliged to act. But whether or not you are willing to admit that you know, you know. The evidence is clear. As William Wilberforce said, you may choose to look away, but in the face of the evidence, you may never again say you did not know. That was a slight paraphrase, but the point, Madam Speaker, is that the evidence has been there, and yet again this week, we had a motion before the House on genocide recognition, and everyone who voted in favor of genocide recognition, but the Cabinet still abstained. And this is extremely important, because if the government voted in favor of that motion, they would be recognizing the obligations they have, the legal obligations they have under the Genocide Convention. And they have still failed to do that. But I salute members of all parties who have been prepared to take that step nonetheless. It would be that much more impactful if the Cabinet, if the government of Canada was prepared to take that step. Nonetheless, the House of Commons, and the House of Commons, by the way, has led in the world. We were the first democratic legislature in the world to recognize the Uyghur genocide, and many other legislatures followed. Ironically, while our legislature has led, our government has not yet taken that step. Nonetheless, there are still so many more things we can do, we need to do, and now we're seeing myriad private members' motions and bills coming from various parties that respond to the recognition that at least individual members have, if not the government, that a genocide is taking place. We have Motion 62, which seeks to advance targeted immigration measures to support Uyghurs. We have various pieces of legislation, S211, S204, that seek to address forced labor. We have proposals such as C-281, which would strengthen our sanctions regime, allow parliamentary committees to nominate individuals for sanctions. So we see this flurry of activity now in response to genocide recognition from different members of parliament and senators to use the power that we have as parliamentarians to respond to this recognition of genocide. But the ultimate power rests in the hands of the government. It's the government that has to act, even in the case of this motion. This is a non-binding motion that makes a recommendation to the government. And this is an important tool to encourage the government to act. But of course, the government didn't need to wait for Motion 62. The government doesn't need to wait for it now. The motion contains a timeline that is fairly generous to the government, fair enough. But I would challenge the government to take up their responsibilities. Individual members of parliament are doing what we can to be a voice for voiceless, to recognize the reality. The government must as well. I believe that every single member of this cabinet who has looked at the evidence knows that a genocide is happening, knows that they have an obligation, and it will be to their eternal shame if they don't act on that knowledge as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight the fact that my friend's speech was an excellent one. I would like to congratulate him on it. It is always a pleasure to work with him, particularly on the issue that we are dealing with tonight. Madam Speaker, I was saying last week that I am not partisan, and we have differences of opinions here in this House, and it's not always easy to find common ground with other members. But I think that really, when one is nonpartisan, it makes it easier to do one's job. And in politics, there are issues where partisanship has no place. Human rights is one of them, without a doubt. So today, with my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, we support Motion 62. I know that a number of my friends in the Uyghur community are in the gallery this evening, and I would like to welcome them warmly. October 21, 2020, the subcommittee of the House of Commons on Human Rights published, and I quote, "The subcommittee unreservedly condemns the persecution of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims from Xinjiang by the Chinese government. Based on the testimony heard in 2018 and 2020, the subcommittee is convinced that the Communist Party is perpetrating a genocide under the Genocide Convention," end quote. Motion M62 is the logical continuation of that, and there are 4 proposals: to recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims that have fled to third countries face pressure and intimidation by the Chinese state to return to China. Recognize that third countries face continued diplomatic and economic pressure to repatriate the opponents, or what they call the opponents. And also the need to protect over 2 years starting in 2024 Uyghurs by expediting the entry of 10,000 Uyghurs into Canada, and to table within 120 sitting days a report on how the refugee resettlement plan will be implemented.
Parliament did declare that the treatment of Uyghurs by China constitutes a genocide, but then the cabinet abstained during the vote on the last motion, which was very cowardly. As we speak, right now, approximately 2 million Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims are imprisoned in concentration camps that the Chinese authorities have the audacity to call work training camps. And in these camps, there are gang rapes being committed. There are countless acts of torture occurring. Women are being subjected to forced sterilization. Adults and children are being kidnapped. There are artificial intelligence softwares which are tracking people. There are surveillance cameras. This is occurring for Uyghurs around the world. A genocide is in full swing. People are being brainwashed when they are incarcerated in these camps. They are being forbidden from expressing or living their culture. It's incredibly worrisome, Speaker. Parliamentarians of all political stripes can tell you what the Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims are experiencing. The facts are very upsetting. I don't know how this House will vote on my colleague's motion, but we cannot claim ignorance. Not one of us can claim ignorance, because ignorance is the greatest ally of totalitarian regimes. Second, in fact, only to blindness. Let us not be ignorant. Let us not turn a blind eye, because this is the worst crime that a government can perpetrate against its own people: genocide. The Bloc Québécois has been at the forefront of condemning the Chinese genocide against the Uyghurs. The Bloc Québécois amended the February 2021 motion to force the government to require that the Olympic Games occur outside of China, but the government is simply engaged in a diplomatic boycott, which was meaningless. Let there be justice. Let there be justice for the Uyghurs, Madam Speaker. China's crimes should not be rewarded by giving them the great honor of hosting the best athletes in the world in their country's capital. Many of us, unfortunately, will remember the Olympic Winter Games of Beijing as the shame games. It would be shameful. My colleague's motion asks Canada to welcome 10,000 Uyghur and Turkic Muslim refugees from China over a 2-year period as of 2024. We support the motion, as I've already said. But I think that this number is rather arbitrary, in my opinion. Why 10,000? We speak to Uyghur advocacy groups every day, Madam Speaker. They tell us that 10,000 is not enough, that we should welcome more, a lot more. Once more, we find ourselves in a real double standard situation at the Department of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. This double standard means that decisions are made for political reasons rather than humanitarian reasons. Is that the case? We need to be fair in federal immigration programs when it comes to welcoming refugees. Motion 62 calls on the government to table in the House within 120 sitting days following the adoption of the motion a report on the implementation of the refugee resettlement plan. That's good, though, to have this in the motion because we know that the Liberal government tends to ignore House of Commons motions. The government will have to respond quickly so that the plan doesn't end up on a shelf somewhere, like so many files and plans when it comes to immigration and refugees. We need to demand that the government produces a report. That's necessary. It's essential. But 120 sitting days? That's a long, long time. Too long for members of the Uyghur community. I'd like to conclude by saying that I speak in the House about all parties' suggestions, but when it comes time to help, we are all on the same side. Right now, as we debate in this House, a genocide is occurring, Madam Speaker. As parliamentarians, sometimes we need to work together for the common good and set partisanship aside, especially when it is a matter of human rights and justice. And it is high time that my Uyghur friends get justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank all of my colleagues who are standing in the House tonight defending the Uyghur people. I agree with many of my colleagues when they say this is an issue that is beyond partisan politics. This is not an issue that we should be bickering on. This is an issue that all parliamentarians must come together for. Madam Speaker, I was elected in 2019. And the very first committee I was put on was the International Human Rights Subcommittee. I was put on that committee, I believe, because I have done work in international human rights for most of my career. And one of the very first studies we undertook within that committee was to look at what was happening to the Uyghur people, to the people in Xinjiang. And it was very difficult testimony. I've said that in this House before. It was amongst the most difficult things I've heard. The stories of torture, of rape, of forced sterilization, of surveillance. You know, the horrific testimony that we heard from people who had escaped was almost impossible to hear. And I've mentioned it in this place before that for me, my job was to bear witness. My job was to hear that testimony. My job wasn't, I didn't have to endure what we have asked the Uyghur people to endure. And I have to tell you, I was elected in 2019. I'm a relatively new parliamentarian, but it has been 3 years. I have been a member for 3 years, and I have not seen the action that we need to see to protect the people, the Uyghur people. We've not seen action by this government that makes me think that they are taking this genocide seriously, that they are acting with the urgency that is required. You know, there are many people in this place right now that have loved ones that are still in concentration camps, that they may not know where they are, that they know have been tortured, that they know have had to endure horrific experiences. And to those people, as a parliamentarian in Canada, I have to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have let you down, that we have not done everything we can to stop the genocide that we all have agreed is happening to your people. You know, I'm sorry that we have not been strong enough, that we have not done what we needed to do. Because we did declare this. We did declare this a genocide. This parliament did say that this is a genocide, and we do have obligations when we recognize that. For every one of us, we all look at the horrific genocides that have happened in the history, and we've always said, never again. Never will we put the lives of people at risk this way. Never will we turn a blind eye to the death of a people. And yet, for 3 years, we've been doing that. For longer than 3 years, we've been doing that. You know, I'm extremely proud to support the motion that's been brought forward from my colleague from Pierre Fond-Dollard. I'm very happy that I've been able to work with him in the International Human Rights Subcommittee. Very happy that I've been able to work with members from all parties on this important work. And I'm extremely proud of him for the work that he's done and what he's brought forward. You know, of course I'm concerned about the fact that when we have votes in the House, the Cabinet doesn't participate. Of course I'm concerned that this is a motion. We know that a motion is not binding. We know that a motion is not legislation. It is not protecting Uyghurs the way we need to. So I understand this may be what he felt he was able to achieve at this point with this government, but it's not enough. It's not near enough. This doesn't go far enough to protect the people that as parliamentarians, as people who believe in human rights, as people who believe in human dignity. It doesn't go as far as we need it to go. Now, I will say that in terms of the immigration issues that this bill brings forward, that bringing 10,000 people to Canada that are fleeing violence, of course I support that. You know, I don't understand and never will understand why every single persecuted group in the world is not given the unlimited number that certain persecuted groups in the world are given. I will never understand why it's unlimited Ukrainians, which, Madam Speaker, I 100% support unlimited Ukrainians coming to Canada to flee persecution from the Russian war in their country. But I don't understand why it is not unlimited people coming from other countries. I don't understand how we can put that value in place, how we can say that some are unlimited and some we have a 10,000 number. I don't understand it. The other piece that I think we really need to talk about here tonight is this motion calls for 10,000 people Uyghurs fleeing violence coming to Canada. But we're not doing enough to make sure that the Uyghurs in concentration camps, the Uyghurs in China, can actually come to Canada. You know, they are being held in concentration camps and tortured in China, and they are unable, many of them are unable to get to safety. And so as a member of the international community, we also have a very big obligation to be doing what we can to ensure that the government in China is being held to account. You know, Canada used to be a diplomatic powerhouse. We're not a giant powerhouse. We're not a massive economy or whatnot. But we used to be seen as a convener, a clear diplomat, a leader in terms of diplomacy. You know, we used to have an ability to bring countries together, to bring forward groups to work together to bring action. And unfortunately, I don't feel like Canada has that ability to do that anymore. I feel like we have undermined our ability to do that we have in fact put trade at the top of all our relationships, to the detriment of our relationships with regards to diplomacy, to the detriment of our relationships with development. We don't have relationships anymore that we can use to push things forward. So, for example, a perfect example for me, the Human Rights Council was going to do a debate on the Uyghur genocide. And they really did need to get the votes from countries around the world to participate. And China has a massive power, and they use that massive power to cajole, to bully, to force, to make other countries vote on their side. They use all of these different tricks and tools, and we don't, as a country, have the ability to push back on that any longer. And I think that's a mistake, and that's a place where we have failed to be able to protect the Uyghur people. So I'd like to see us invest in diplomacy. I'd like to see us invest in building those relationships so that we can bring our allies, we can bring democracies together so that as a common voice we are standing up for the Uyghur people. So as a common voice we have more ability to put pressure on the Chinese government to ensure that they are stopping the genocide against the Uyghur people. You know, the support for multilateral institutions to make sure that those areas have those institutions have unfettered access. That's key. That's a key thing that Canada can do to make sure that we are able to report adequately on what is happening in China. To have support, to invest in support for human rights activists. Do you know the incredible human rights activists that are part of the Uyghur population who are standing up for Uyghurs around the world? They have raised their voices for years to get support. And Canada can play an important role protecting them. Protecting them while they fight for their people, where they fight for the people in their communities. And finally, I have to say that as a parliament, as a government, as a country, we must all stand and be very unified in condemning what is happening in China against the Uyghur people. That includes our cabinet. That includes the government. That includes every member of this House of Commons needs to stand together and condemn what is happening there and raise our voice and say, no, we're not putting trade ahead of human lives. No, we're not going to say that money is more important than people. Not this time, not anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak tonight with a strong feeling of responsibility. I am the seconder for this motion. Madam Speaker, I'd like us to imagine that we are back in 2009. The world was still dealing with the great financial crisis. Barack Obama had just been elected president, and there were major citizen uprisings in Iran. Some things change, some things don't change. Today, I'd like you to imagine that you are in Urumqi, the capital of the autonomous Xinjiang region. It is also called East Turkestan. On July 5th, 2009, there was a peaceful protest which turned violent after police brutally repressed protesters. The conflict lasted a few weeks. This protest served as a triggering event for the Chinese event, which then undertook a massive campaign of torture, detention against Uyghurs, which they called a fight against terrorism. Since then, Chinese government repression has become much more forceful. Millions of Uyghurs have been imprisoned over the past 5 years. We have seen horrifying images of internment camps which were built with only one goal in mind, to get rid of the Uyghur people. The Xinjiang Files book, published by the New York Times, explains China's control and surveillance policies over Uyghur people in Xinjiang. Those who are not imprisoned are under increasingly intense surveillance. Forced labor and forced sterilization are two of the main tools that China is using to oppress the local population and erase their identity. In keeping with China's MO of coercive diplomacy, the Chinese government is putting a lot of pressure on other countries around the world, pressuring them to turn a blind eye to these grave human rights violations in Xinjiang. And unfortunately, China's efforts are successful. At the beginning of the month, the United Nations Human Rights Committee refused to open debate on human rights violations committed by China in the region. 17 countries, though, were on the right side of history, but 19 countries gave in to Chinese pressure. That was just a few months after China put a lot of pressure on the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, succeeding in getting her to bury a report on human rights violations committed in China. It was announced in September 2021 that the report was being finalized, but then it was only published on August 31st during the last few minutes, just the last few minutes of the Commissioner's mandate, Madam Speaker. In fact, many suspect that that final report was watered down under pressure by China.
The United Nations should be a place where the light is shone on these issues. And I find myself wondering how the international community and how Canadians can trust the United Nations when just last year, Madam Speaker, Iran was elected to the United Nations top legislative body on women's rights. There are no words. Canada does value the international rules-based order, but Canada also has a long history of standing for what is right, even when it is uncomfortable, even when it is difficult. And on this issue, Madam Speaker, there is no gray area. I am certainly heartened by the cross-partisan agreement on this issue. In February of last year, as we have said in this House, we recognized China's actions in Xinjiang as genocide. And just yesterday, this House once again voted unanimously to recognize this genocide and call for more action to protect Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in third countries that find themselves exposed to the risk of deportation back to China. The motion before us today, brought by my colleague and friend, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, and the motion that I proudly second this evening, builds on this action by calling for the admission into Canada of 10,000 Uyghur and Turkic Muslims in need of protection. This is about standing for what is right. It is also about sending a clear message to China and to all authoritarian regimes around the world that Canada will not be intimidated, that Canada will continue to stand for its values, no matter the consequences. As long as China continues to violate the human rights of its people, as long as it continues to threaten Taiwan, to repress Hong Kong, as long as it continues to intimidate and harass people not only in its country but here on Canadian soil, and as long as it continues to empower regimes like Russia and Iran, we here in this House must continue to call them out and to work with our allies to respond effectively. Madam Speaker, with the time that I have remaining, I'd like to speak on a more personal level to the reasons why I feel so strongly about this motion and about speaking up. You see, as a young Jewish teenager in Montreal in the 1990s, I had the privilege of meeting many Holocaust survivors. Madam Speaker, I remember those conversations vividly. On one occasion, a woman addressed a group of us to recount her harrowing experience in concentration camps. There are pieces of her story that I hear to this day when I close my eyes at night. How she would keep little crusts of bread in the folds of her ragged clothes so that at night, when there was a child crying, she could give them something. Madam Speaker, at the end of her presentation, I remember asking her very earnestly, what could I do? Me, a 15-year-old girl, deeply touched by her story, what could I do? And she looked at me and she said, it is up to you and your generation to make sure that this never happens again. On another occasion, I remember walking up on stage to meet a Holocaust survivor. He had just told his story, and I do not have the strength to recount it here, but I remember feeling that I had to go up to him. I had to get closer to him and touch his hand to see that he was made of the same flesh and bones as I was. I had to know that he was real. And again, Madam Speaker, the only thing I could think at the time to say to this Holocaust survivor was, what can I do? And he looked at me with a piercing glance and said, I need to know that you will speak up. I need to know before I die that my suffering was not in vain. I need to know that never again means something to you. And I looked at him and I gave... Madam Speaker, I gave him and I gave many Holocaust survivors my commitment that I would stand up and I would ensure that never again means something. I do so today in this House.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege and a pleasure to be able to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the constituents of Regina Wascana. And there have been many times when I've risen in this House to speak, but I would have to say few on an issue as important and as serious as this. The issue of freedom. Freedom of the Uyghur people, or of any people for that matter, but in this particular case, we are talking about the Uyghurs and their right to live their lives as they so choose, free of government oppression. Now, I often think that in this country, we take freedom for granted, and we tend to think that freedom is free. For someone such as myself, who was born and raised in this country, I have a unique perspective in that I haven't been on the front lines, so to speak, of genocides or holocausts or of wars. But I think that we Canadians can learn from people from other parts of the world who have not been so privileged and who have not been so lucky and who have earned their freedom.
I apologize to the honourable member. The honourable member will have an opportunity to pursue once the motion comes back to the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and carried. Accordingly, the question is as following, that the House do now adjourn.
Hey. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I originally posed the question of whether any of the SPENDP Liberals thought about monetary policy a few weeks ago. Good question. Because the Prime Minister had already admitted that he doesn't spend much time thinking about it. He also thought that budgets balance themselves, inflation was transitory, and it was okay to borrow $400 billion because interest rates were low. Well, a few things have changed in those few weeks since I first posed the question. The NDP Liberal coalition government has been driving up the cost of living. You see, the more the Prime Minister spends, the more things are costing. And it's not just inflation that we're dealing with now. It's people's lives. Because they are having to consider monetary policy and make a choice between buying groceries or heating their homes, putting fuel in their vehicle to go to work or not. Madam Speaker, it is interest rates rising faster than they have in decades. It is people and families at risk of losing their homes because they can't make increasing mortgage payments. It's to the point that over 1/2 of Canadians are cutting back on groceries to cope with rising prices because of the thing that the elite Liberals think is just inflation. It means there are situations like the one that came to me just this morning, from Lyle, who said, I was shopping yesterday and an elderly person in front of me had to put 4 apples back because she could not afford them. The increase in carbon taxes are driving everything up in cost, everything from home heating to food. The current government is completely out of touch with Canadians, is what Lyle said. All this need not be. If the government had been prudent and responsible and considered monetary policy, done things like not wasted $54 million on a punitive ArriveCan scam, scrapped the $35 billion infrastructure bank, and let's not forget the WE scandal. Millions to Loblaws for refrigerators, and so much more wasteful spending. On top of that, had they not squandered an extra $200 billion in spending not related to COVID, Canadians would not be feeling the pain they are now. But this government chooses not to pay attention to monetary policy, so now Canadians are receiving the bill for that massive $500 billion deficit. They're seeing typical mortgages go up by $7,000 a year and having to pay so much more attention to their household monetary policy just to put food on the table and keep the heat on. On top of all this, the Liberal NDP coalition is planning to triple the carbon tax, further increasing and inflating the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. Just as we approach winter in Canada, when heating isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that I'm probably going to hear an excuse from the other side about where I'm going on this, and we're going to hear back from the government saying that inflation is a global phenomenon. Well, the Governor of the Bank of Canada now says that inflation is homegrown, grown by the Prime Minister and his cabinet's lack of consideration of economic policy. I think my time is up, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd be happy to discuss monetary policy with my friend from the Interior anytime, but his speech actually focused more on fiscal policy, as did his original question, and I want everybody who's listening to know that our government is working to build an economy that works for everyone, and we're focused on tackling affordability. We've done this while lowering Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio, increasing wages, maintaining Canada's AAA credit rating, and maintaining our debt servicing costs to 1% of GDP, almost 6 times lower than it was in the 90s. In the member's original question that led to this late show, he cited $2.13 per liter gas in his riding. Indeed, they have been as high as $2.40 in Metro Vancouver. This is an increase of more than $1 per liter over the last 3 years. This is putting a tremendous burden on Canadian families. However, we also need to acknowledge that the price on pollution in British Columbia has only increased by 2 cents during the last 3 years. It was 9 cents in 2019 and 11 cents today. That means that 98% of that increase has nothing to do with pricing pollution. It is the result of global inflation. The Conservative Party of Canada readily ignores these facts and therefore ignores 98% of the problem. They also ignore the real cost of climate change. In BC, we have seen fires devastate communities and spread smoke throughout our summers. We've seen floods and droughts that have already caused billions of dollars in damage. And yet the Conservative Party of Canada continues to call on our government to stop fighting climate change and to mortgage our future. They do that when they ask us to stop fighting climate change. They do that when they ask us to stop funding seniors' pensions. They do that when they ask us to raise the retirement age from 67 to 65. They do that by trying to eliminate the CBC, by trying to stop kids from getting the dental care and education they need. They do that by obstructing assistance for impoverished renters that need it the most. I don't know if there is such a thing as an economic ostrich, Madam Speaker, but if there was, it would be a tremendous mascot for the Conservative Party, as they continue to suggest irresponsible economic policies as if they were committed to keeping their collective heads in the sand. In contrast, our government has put together a plan that makes life more affordable and builds an economy that works for everyone. In jurisdictions where the federal government has a price on pollution, and BC, by the way, is not one of those jurisdictions, a rebate is provided through the Climate Action Incentive, which actually makes life more affordable for 8 out of 10 Canadian families. We are also doubling the GST credit for 6 months, which will provide hundreds of dollars to 11 million families who need it the most, and more than 50% of our seniors. And I compliment the member opposite for supporting this measure. I think it's important that we continue to work together to make life more affordable, but we need to do it in a way that is open, honest, and transparent. Let's not use the worst economic shock since the Second World War to gain political points. Canada has a great opportunity in front of us. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Our inflation rate is significantly lower than the US, Europe, and the OECD. We produce a tremendous amount of food and energy, the two commodities that are facing extraordinary price pressures from around the globe. Our best times are in front of us, Madam Speaker, but we can only get there if we continue to work together to make life better for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the response from the Parliamentary Secretary. But he is, unfortunately, he is very much like the rest of his Liberal colleagues. They talk about, he spoke about Conservatives ignoring certain facts, but what is actual fact is this government is ignoring Canadians, not realizing where the challenges are for people that can't afford to put food on the table, can't afford to put fuel in their vehicle to drive to work. They can't afford the expensive, out-of-control spending that this government has had for the past 7 years. The member also spoke about openness, honesty, and transparency. I remember back in 2015, the campaign, when the current Prime Minister spoke about sunshine is the best disinfectant. This government has covered up everything from the WE scandal to the SNC Lavalin issue. Open and transparency is not something this government should be noting. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, happy to talk about monetary and fiscal policy anytime. I note that the member wanted to change the channel a bit there. Madam Speaker, we have developed an affordability plan that makes life more affordable for Canadians. It gets money to the people that need it the most when they need it the most. Canadians from coast to coast to coast can count on us to continue to support them through this period of global elevated inflation. With Bill C-31, we are proposing to create the Canada Dental Benefit for families with annual incomes under $90,000. This is literally a piece of legislation that is going to allow children who could not afford to get their teeth fixed to get them fixed. And we know that good oral hygiene and good dental health leads to better overall health, leads to better productivity. And those investments are not just fair and the right thing to do for those children, but it will actually help us grow our economy in the future. This bill also proposes a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit Program to those renters that are...
And the time is up. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to rise in this place. And now, a number of months ago, I had the opportunity to ask a question about access to information in Canada. And Madam Speaker, directly relates to a study that is ongoing before the Ethics Committee. And the simple and I believe only way that one can accurately describe the Liberal record on access to information is one of failure. Failure, full stop. Madam Speaker, a comment was made the other day that I believe bears repeating in this place. And it's that everything under this Liberal government is broken. We've heard I hear daily from constituents about the cost of living that is unmanageable. We have a host of new government programs that are being created, it seems like almost weekly, to fix a problem that this government and this Prime Minister and their flawed ideology created. And Madam Speaker, the reality is that Canadians are hurting, and everything, it seems, is broken, whether that be passports, whether that be ethics and accountability, whether it be any host of other things that we can point to, Canada's reputation on the world stage. And Madam Speaker, it leads me to the inevitable conclusion I would suggest to you here this evening, and it is that the Liberals are good at one thing, and that is being good at politics. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to governing, when it comes to serving Canadians, when it comes to doing what's in the best interests of our country, they have shown time and time again that they are terrible at governing. Madam Speaker, and the consequence of that is no more clear than in the access to information system that even though the Liberals time and time again, starting in the 2015 campaign when the now Prime Minister tweeted out it was time for a government without a new scandal every day. Well, Madam Speaker, it is unbelievable how many new scandals seem to be piling up on that Prime Minister's plate. Madam Speaker, when it came to the promises they made about sunshine being the best disinfectant, well, they have created a culture of secrecy. In fact, we heard it more times at the Ethics Committee today than would, in the time permitted here, would even be able to reference that there is this culture of secrecy. And even when the Liberals claim to have fixed it, and this is where I say they're good at politics, but they have failed on delivering because they brought in what they said were solutions to all the problems through then Bill C-58, I believe it was in the 42nd Parliament. But the experts agree that it simply made the situation worse. Again, Madam Speaker, the Liberals are great at politics, and we hear that each and every day through catchphrases and slogans and a incredible ability to turn the issues of the day into something that is not their fault. Not to mention, Madam Speaker, that for 7 years it's been these Liberals that have been stewarding this country, and I would suggest that on every metric, certainly that I can think of, our country is in a worse spot today than it was 7 years ago. And Madam Speaker, what's worse is often they take credit for the good management that took place prior to that. And I think it is the height of hypocrisy when we see the arrogance to which so many issues are approached in all the ways that our country and Canadians are hurting. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the access to information system, the culture of secrecy has to stop because Canadians are losing faith in the institutions of government which is at the very foundation of what a modern democracy needs to have.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre du Logement, de la Diversité et de l'Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Battle River Crowford is referring to the information requested in previous Parliament about the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg. Our government respects the role that parliamentarians plays in holding the government to account. Our government must also respect the laws that Parliament has passed when it responds to orders from the production of paper, especially when the record includes classified information. When disclosing information to Parliament, the government is guided by statutory obligations to keep some information confidential under statutes like the Private Act, the Security of Information Act, and the Canada Events Act. Our government always seeks to balance these interests so that parliamentarians are provided information to hold the government to account. The original request from documents from National Microbiology Laboratory was first raised at the Special Committee of Canada-China Relations on March 31st, 2021. At that time, PHAC played a lead role in government's response to the pandemic. PHAC worked diligently to produce the requested records and submitted them to the Special Committee on April 20, 2021. The records were redacted because they included information that PHAC was bound by statutes to keep confidential. This included national security information that would have been injurious to Canada's reputation if it was disclosed. The Special Committee was not satisfied and reported the matter to the House. Despite the government's opposition, the House adopted a Conservative Opposition Day motion on June 2, 2021, to order production of unredacted documents within 2 days. Our government explored options to balance the right of parliamentarians to access information and its duty to protect classified information. PHAC provided the redacted documents to the Law Clerk Office on the timeline set out by the order. At the same time, the Minister of Health referred the matter to the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. The unredacted documents were submitted to that committee. Our government believes that this committee is an appropriate mechanism to allow parliamentarians to review unredacted documents while protecting national security information. The NSECOP has members from both of the House and Senate and a broad mandate to review national security intelligence activities. Members hold top secret and security clearance, swear an oath or solemn affirmation not to disclose confidential information, and are permanently bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act. With these safeguards, community members are able to receive classified briefings and materials. However, opposition parties did not support this approach in last Parliament. In the current parliament, our government remained committed to work collaboratively with opposition parties. On December 2nd, 2021, the government House leader proposed the creation of an ad hoc committee to allow parliamentarians to scrutinize confidential national security documents. The government based this proposal on the approach the former government proposed and the House agreed to in 2010 to give access to information about Afghan detainees. Members of the ad hoc committees are required to undergo security screening and agree to confidentiality undertaking. A panel of arbiters will mediate questions where the disclosure of confidential national securities would jeopardize Canada's interests. The New Democratic Party has agreed to participate on the ad hoc committee to review the information the member from Battle River Crawford is referring to. I urge the member and his party to reconsider their participation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do find it interesting when it comes to the culture of secrecy that has permeated every aspect of virtually everything that this government does. We see that no more clear than in the case of the Winnipeg Microbiology Lab, and in part, Madam Speaker, the what seems like unlimited willingness of the Prime Minister to go to any length necessary to endeavour to cover up his actions, including and not limited to prorogation, including and not limited to calling an election that he promised not to call, and including using every mechanism imaginable to cover up the actions that he and his government are responsible for. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the true facts of the matter, I would simply suggest that this member and members of the government try to look at the trust that Canadians need to have in their institutions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has proposed reasonable options to the House. The NSCOP and the Audit Committee would allow the members to scrutinize confidential national security intelligence information in a venue where the appropriate safeguards are in place to ensure the information is not publicly disclosed. Both options worked. A similar ad hoc committee was established by the former government in 2010 to allow parliamentarians to access classified information about Afghan detainees. This is what Speaker Milliken was referring to when he urged members in 2010 to find a compromise between complying with an order of the House and protecting classified information from public disclosure. The committee is another mechanism that responds to the Speaker Milliken's appeals to the House. Since 2017, parliamentarians from both houses have worked across party lines to examine and report on national security intelligence activities. Members undergo the appropriate security measures to ensure that classified information is not disclosed. Again, I urge the member from Battle.
We are done. The honourable member for Brantford Brant not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. It being 7:26, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.